As soon as we get a green light here, we'll be ready to go. Okay. Here we go. Well, good evening, everybody. It is the Edina City Council meeting on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, that we are about to convene. If you listen to Director Benarott, you will recall that she said for those that are watching on some form of electronic medium, cable TV at the edinamn.gov live meetings or on Facebook. So computer, cable TV or Facebook, you're going to be able to participate tonight in community comment. There are no public hearings this evening. And as has been our practice during COVID and post-COVID, we have been continuing to hold our meetings at the city council level in a hybrid sort of manner. And so we're going to take community comment from folks that are listening in electronically. A reminder to those folks that might call in for community comment, you cannot discuss with the council this evening an item that's on the agenda for a future public hearing or on the agenda this evening. So anything else you want to visit with us about, feel free to call in. And the call-in number we can put on the screen. And there it is. And we're going to be there momentarily, so write this number down if you need to, if you want to call in. And having provided that information, I'm going to call the meeting to order, and we're going to do roll call. We'll call on Ms. Mills-Ford to do the roll.
Member Agnew? Here. Member Jackson? Here. Member Pierce?
Here.
Member Risser? Here. Mayor Hetland?
Here. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next matter for us to address after the pledge is the potential approval of the meeting agenda. Is there anyone on staff or on council that wishes to modify the agenda in any form or fashion? Is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda as published?
So moved. Second.
Second, we got a motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Agnew to approve the meeting agenda as published. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the meeting agenda as published say aye. 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 Opposed? Carried. And now we are back to community comment. So let's get that number back up on the screen. And while we're waiting for people to queue up, if they are going to call in for community comment, I'm going to go to the audience first and see if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to address the council on a matter of concern to them that's not on the agenda this evening or scheduled for a future public hearing.
That's good. Okay. Good evening. I'm Janie Weston, 6136 Brookview Avenue in Edina. I am calling in regards to a builder that's on the next street west of me on Oak Lawn Avenue. He's working on has begun construction of a tear down, maxed out house on the lot, 50-foot wide lot at 6129 Oak Lawn. It's TJB Builders, and the neighbors, three of us are extremely concerned about whether our oak trees are going to live through this process. The builder, as you can see in the photo here, has a very large sand pile, mostly sand, because that's what the soils are, that goes up to the lot line. And as he just told my neighbor to the north of me, in the red house with the white trim behind me here, and it is the oldest house in Edina, built in 1866. It has won historic preservation awards. That neighbor sent the builder an email yesterday, no response, so she called the builder, and it was not a happy conversation. She does not talk to people rudely. And he responded with, "It's my property, and I can do whatever I want to do." And she was quite upset when I got a call this afternoon from her. What happens when you have an oak tree here on the neighbor to the north? This is the Whitbeck's tree here, and there is a gargantuan, has to be old growth, bur oak tree on this corner of their lot, and the roots would go also underneath here. The tree in the corner is 11 feet 2 inches in girth at 4.5 feet up. That tree is an old growth tree. The concern is we are in the third summer of a drought. Piling dirt piles on oak trees kills them. It will kill these trees within short order, considering our weather conditions, not a lot of rain predicted, and they do not get oxygen down to the roots. The roots, the latest, according to the expert at the Arboretum for trees, is that the roots extend further than the canopy of the tree. Here's another view of the neighbors to the north. As you can see, the sand goes all the way up to the property line. Here's very large oak, and this is the beautiful 11-foot 2-inch circumference oak tree. This oak tree, if it dies, it affects not only my neighbor, it shades a good part of my backyard and also the neighbors on the Oaklawn side of the fence. Our city code says nothing in the tree ordinance about where the roots of those trees need to be protected when the trunk may be on a neighboring property, but where those roots go and the nutrients they need to be able to get from the soil and the water they need to receive to keep them healthy and alive go under property lines. This builder does not care, and he basically told the Whitbecks that very same thing in a very angry, rude way. He doesn't care. Our tree ordinance doesn't cover this. It is zero. It is completely lacking. And this needs to be addressed. This is not a first time this has happened. I have talked to other homeowners who have lost trees because a builder on the other side of their fence or property line cut off all the roots or buried the dirt up or both. And our summers are not getting any cooler. We need every single big tree, especially these bur oaks, which are better suited for surviving through drought conditions. But this type of treatment of burying covering up the soils where they get their roots from, or where their roots are underneath, where they get nutrients and water from, this will kill them. And the only recourse any homeowner has is to sue the builder after their tree dies, maybe in a year, but it could take 4 years because they're stressed. It may not happen immediately. And good luck trying to win that case in court when it takes 4 years for the tree to die. The least you could do is try to recover the costs of removing the tree. And I can't imagine how much this beautiful old growth tree would cost to get removed. This would be thousands of dollars, many thousands. So please, let's take another good, solid look at this. And the city forester, Luther, came and looked at the property too. So he's aware of this. And the builder is just, he doesn't care.
Right.
And I've seen that happen over and over again. So please, let's get moving on this.
Thanks, Ms. Weston, for coming in. I know that it was an important issue, and it took a little bit more time to talk about it because it was
Thank you for
a
allowing me.
significant issue. Yeah.
I even brought my tape if you wanted me to do a circle of 11 feet 2 inches, and we can see how big that wonderful big tree is.
All right. Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Could you
can just
give
set
us
that
the
down.
address again, Janie? Could you put the?
6129.
Okay.
Okay. Let us,
It's the only one with a big hole right now, so
Okay.
we'll
not
let
hard to
staff
miss.
take a look at this and see what we can do. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Anyone else in the audience wish to address the council on a matter of concern to them? Let's turn then to Director Benarott and see if there's anyone that's listening in who wishes to speak to the.
I am excited to tell you I have a caller who would like to speak with you. Operator,
right.
will you please unmute the line of our caller? And caller, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Hello, Andy Brown, 5512 Park Place in Edina. Hope you can hear me here.
It's very, Mr. Brown, we can't hear you real well. Can you?
I'm working on it.
All right. It's on our end, Mr. Brown. Hey, bear with us a moment.
Try again, Mr. Brown.
Sure. Andy Brown, 5512 Park Place in Edina. Calling about two quick things. One, I'm very concerned about the F-150 Lightning purchase. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars that was approved recently. Yet there's no conversation or discussion about what to do with old fire station number 2 and making that potentially a secondary precinct for Edina Police Department, especially given the increased crime rate throughout the Twin Cities and the latest of a number of bank robberies at that Royal Credit Union down the road from there. And then, of course, the business district in supporting Galleria and Southdale, making sure that they have adequate police support in that neighborhood. Obviously, while we appreciate our businesses, we want to make sure they're in a safe and functioning situation and not riddled with crime. And so having something like that there would probably be most beneficial, yet we don't seem to be talking about that. So I'm very distressed at the lack of discussion by the council, management, the chief. Very upsetting a piece of a crime, a murder happened on Lake Street where 2 Edina graduates passed away. Of 5 Somali young women who were killed. And I don't believe, or I sure don't see, and I try to monitor as best I can, any letter of sympathy or condolence to the family or the Somali community regarding that. And it's very disturbing that, Edina Public Schools released that, and as well they should. Dr. Stacey Stanley did a wonderful job. But the city needs to show empathy and kindness and caring to its residents and to the people that go to school at Edina and throughout the city. And this really does speak, if this is true, really does speak to the lack of sympathy, empathy that staff, management, and the council have. And it bores into this situation where people feel that those organizations care more about a developer and what happens with development in Edina than what really happens to the residents. And I think, you just heard from Janie Weston about the trees and her deal. that bores in as well to that. But this is even worse because you've lost, 5 young lives that could have made a real difference to the community, and 2 of them are Edina grads, and so I'm highly disappointed in the council and the staff regarding that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Anyone else? All right. Well, I attended that funeral yesterday on behalf of the city of Edina, and I met with the family beforehand, along with school district officials, and it was something that was important to do was to attend that funeral. And I know the school district released an important press release on the 2 young girls, and I was going to talk about it later on, but we have great empathy for the families, and I would say it was an experience of a lifetime yesterday to be over there and be part of that ceremony, part of that crowd of several thousand people. It was just extraordinary. And then to be invited into a meeting when I first got over to the mosque with the immediate family and the extended family, and Senator Klobuchar was there, and as I said, the principal of the high school, others were there as well. I think it was important that our presence be felt and seen by the East African American community, and they were, I think, appreciative of that. So, and in terms of I'm not going to have Manager Neal wait to talk about the existing fire station number 2, which is next to Southdale Y. We are looking at alternative uses there. I'm sure the police precinct will be a possibility, but possibly more importantly, we're in conversations with Simon Development that owns Southdale. And until about 10 years ago, we had a precinct right in the Southdale Mall. And we're talking about going back into the Southdale Mall with a police precinct presence. And so our staff's working on that with Simon at this point in time. So, Member Risser.
I also attended the funeral, and my heart really goes out to all the victims, the victims' family members and friends. And losing somebody through traffic violence, somebody young, it is so emotionally shattering. And I feel for students at Edina High School and people in the community, who are reeling from this.
Yeah, thank you for that. All right, Manager Neal, I think that's it for community comment from folks from our community, and then we'll turn to Manager Neal, who addresses these matters usually in sequence. We're responding to community comments that might have been made the prior meeting, and I think Manager Neal has a response or two to some comments that were made in the prior public setting. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We actually have quite a bit of follow-up from the last meeting, and we've got a couple special guests who are going to help from a subject matter expert standpoint. One of them is Mr. Milner, who was here last week and has a couple of slides he'd like to share in response to the Morningside C questions we had about equity and fairness between projects and special assessments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Thanks for the opportunity to respond to this community comment, but also in your packet tonight under the consent agenda is the petition itself. So you haven't officially accepted the petition, but I'm going to respond to it right now. So these 3 things are called out in that petition. They feel the assessments are inadequate and unfair for Morningside C, that the calculation goes against common sense, general fairness, and is inconsistent with city-stated policies. And they're requesting the council to review that proposed assessment and adjust accordingly. So the petitioners had a packet of PDF files with 23 pages, and I think they did a good job of bringing their case in front of the city council. They really landed on these 2 neighborhoods in their discussion. Morningside D&E was mostly constructed last year in 2022. Morningside C is under construction right now. And I think that view is a little bit small when we look at our overall street reconstruction program in the city of Edina. So I highlighted that little red box in the upper right-hand corner is the area that they focused on in the fairness of assessments. I would just call out all the other colors on there are 20 years of street reconstruction. The policy that's been in place since the early 2000s have been applied consistently. through all the neighborhoods shown here. Every neighborhood has unique characteristics. There's different street lengths, different curves, lot sizes. Some have unbuildable lots. Some have vital infrastructure like lift stations and wells. And some are flood areas that just aren't developable. So I'd say we have not had a single assessment over those 20 years that was the exact value, the exact number, because they all have unique characteristics. So I think it's important to have that big picture view. And then recall in 2020 we had the street funding task force. We put together 7 residents because of the assessment issue and concerns that was happening. They submitted a final report dated February 2021. They had varied backgrounds, and for 10 months and 16 meetings we met with in-depth reviews of how to pay for streets. We looked at all different methods, from RUs to linear feet to this flat rate per lot, which is kind of what they're suggesting. The councils also had many discussions over this with every revision we've made to the policy. The task forces said that a policy change was needed. They also said it was both fair and unfair at the same time. So I think that goes to the comments we heard from this group. And in July 21, the policy was changed. It removed subcuts because that was felt to be unfair by the task force. It removed retaining walls, and it started the lower assessments over the next 14, 15 years. And right now we're at 31% is paid with taxes and not assessed. Also, after the public hearing in December, we had the same question from this group. So we posted a memo on the Better Together Edina page in December explaining the difference between the two neighborhoods. Just wanted to remind you of that memo. It talked about the 0 RU lots. The lots in Morningside C are wider than the other lots, so they do pay for more streets, so I would expect their assessments to be higher. And there was an inflationary pressures on the cost of those projects over those 2 years. You can see the cost per linear foot there listed. So when I put these two together, you got Morningside C is the first row, Morningside D and E is the second row. So when we came in front of the body for the public hearing in December of 21 and 22, we estimated assessments of $9,300 for D and E, and we had an assessment for Morningside C of $13,800. So they're asking why it's so different. The last column is how much the assessments were calculated after we opened bids. So with Morningside D and E, there was no change in those assessments. It was still at $9,300, and we'll be back this fall to levy that assessment. But with the Morningside C, we saw the bids come in better than what we expected. So the estimated amount right now is $10,800. And without those changes in the assessment policy that you approved in July 21, that assessment would be close to $21,000. So I think they got a pretty good benefit of the policy changes associated with those changes in the policies. So staff, I believe the assessment policy was applied consistent with past 20 years of street reconstruction projects, and I would recommend no changes to the assessment calculations for Morningside C. And I'm happy to stand for any questions if you so need.
Questions for Director Miller on his report out and his work? Anyone at this point in time? All right. Member Risser?
I did not review the presentation that they made before this meeting, but if memory serves, they did specify specific parcels where they hadn't been added to the total.
Yes.
And that seemed like a very logical argument, and I'm not hearing your response to that.
So I have some other slides prepared. They're hidden, so I don't know if I... So every project has lots that we don't assess for. They're in the floodplain, so we can't build, so we don't charge a parcel or an RU on those. If there's a piece of vital infrastructure like a well, we don't assess for that because it's needed for other infrastructure type, or a lift station. Then if there's parks, we look at the flood shapes and whether or not there could actually be parcels put on the park that are outside of the flood shape. So these are other examples where the bottom left-hand corner, this was only one REU because it was in the floodplain next to the Braemar Golf Course. Killarney Shores in 2011, again, we estimated 11 REUs for this whole city parcel because that's how many were outside of the flood shape. Then I have multiple other examples, but it's basically we apply that same policy throughout. So in the Morningside C, they had some that were in flood shapes, some that we did assess in the city property, certain parcels, and one was a lift station in that parcel.
So to be clear, if a sidewalk is constructed along a floodplain, there that will end up being divvied up by the neighbors who live in that area?
Sidewalks aren't assessed. Sidewalks are paid out of the parks.
I'm sorry,
fund.
the road, the assessment won't be, if it's by a floodplain, then that's going to be put on the residents in the area.
Correct. It's within the shape of the neighborhood. As you can see, here's various shapes of various boundaries of the project. You just take the total cost divided by the total number of residential equivalent units, so REUs. So the more REUs, the cheaper, the lower the assessment, less REUs. And they all vary by project limits, as you can see here.
So my recollection is that the fundamental test is if there's city property involved in an area where we're doing a street reconstruction project, we look to see whether there's any buildable sites on that property.
Correct.
And I'm thinking of when we did Arden Park, up on, what is that, Brookview? I think we determined that there were 4 or 5 lots that could be in on the park side on Brookview, and we assessed ourselves for those particular lots. But in the situation you're describing, none of the properties meet that basic standard that we have, is that to assess ourselves, it has to be buildable lot area on city property.
Correct. Some of the area in Morningside C does have the lots. I think there's 2. I think the residents think there should be 10 or 15, way more parcels in there, and it just doesn't meet that test you just talked about. And here's the picture of the Arden Park one you just mentioned on the bottom right-hand side. So we assessed ourselves 5 REUs in City Park for that one, and the rest of it was in the floodplain that we didn't assess for.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other follow-on? Okay. Thanks, folks. Thank you, Director Milner. Back to Manager Neal.
Thank you. The next question we had was from resident Rick Cousins, and Mr. Cousins had some comments about the Service Line Warranty of America program. This is a program that our city has been involved in for some time now, and Mr. Brian Olson, sorry, Brian. Brian is our subject matter expert on this particular program, and so he's joining us tonight to tell you a little bit more about it.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for having me this evening. So we started the program in 2017 after we went to a national conference and found that the National League of Cities endorsed this product. It's the first time in my over 30 years experience in the public sector that I saw a program that would benefit us. Occasionally, and by benefit I mean it can solve a problem that we can't solve individually. We try to make it very clear when we speak to residents about the Service Line Warranty Program that it is not affiliated with the city, but how we benefit is occasionally you'll have somebody that has a water service leak, and that water service leak, either they don't know who to hire in terms of a contractor, and or they can't afford to do it right away. And so I'm just going to use a water service example as what I want to speak about tonight. When a water service starts to leak, there's less density in the soil as it goes up in the soil horizon, so water comes straight up. Then it drains off into the street, and it drains to the nearest catch basin. But sometimes that catch basin can be blocks away. And when somebody isn't able to repair their water service right away, because they have to check different contractors, they have to meet with them, get quotes, that takes time. Service line warranties, the benefit that I saw when we endorsed this product was that they can have somebody out there within 48 hours and they get the repair done. Just a few statistics for you. We have just over about 14,000 utility connections to residences and businesses. There's over 2,000 customers that are signed up for this Service Line Warranty of America program. They have rated very well with their response. They do have local contractors on retainer. To be quite honest, they can get a contractor on a job site quicker than we can. Sometimes it takes us, after you've done the research in trying to get the best price for the repair that you need to get on the contractor's schedule. And within the last few years, even if the city of Edina wanted to hire a contractor to fix a service line warranty or a service line, even our contractors that we use very frequently are 2, 3, or 4 weeks out. So Service Line Warranties does hire local contractors, and they require, if they sign up for the program as a contractor, that they have to be able to respond within 48 hours. The benefit that that provides to us is we don't have water running down the street for residents, neighbors that don't have any impact, or neighbors that don't have any responsibility for that service line. And this is particularly damaging when it comes to winter time and snow and ice builds up in the street. We provide water to the community, and it's very difficult to say, okay, well, if you don't repair it within 5 days, we're going to shut your water off. That's not good customer service skills. And so we work with the residents, but sometimes it takes a long time. In their dispatch score, basically rating customer satisfaction, they've indicated that they have a 4.83 rating out of 5. So people are happy with this service. There was some mention that we did endorse. Mr. Cousins was correct. We did endorse them when we first started. I actually I was requested to sign the first letter that went out. We've since changed that because we want to make it clear that it is not a City of Edina program, that it is a private company. And so we specifically requested that they put that language in their flyers that they send out, and they have done that. The other question that came up as part of the discussion was, what's the best practice to stop seeing these emails or flyers sent to your house? It's very simple. If you want to be excluded from that program, just give us a call. Dave Gorgon is handling most of those requests, 952-826-0312. And we will write a list of those that want to be taken off the mailing list, and they won't see any more mail from that particular vendor. So I'm happy to answer questions if you have any. The city does not receive a benefit financially from this program. In 2021, we did away with that and amended the contract and pass those savings on to the people that have chosen to use that program.
All right, thanks, Director Olson. Any questions for Director Olson on the service line warranty program? All right, thanks for being here to explain it in more detail. You're welcome. And then again, for folks that might not want to get these solicitations, call 952-826-0312 and just ask the staff people to take their name off the list, is what I heard you say.
That's right.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor, just a couple more left. Linda Caddy talked to the last week, or excuse me, at the June 6th meeting about some noise issues she's experiencing from the north ramp. Staff did reach out to her and also to the business owner where this is happening. There's some discussion going on about doing some noise readings, and they have done some noise readings already. But they do have the restaurant or the business has a technician coming in to do some adjustments on the fan and that will impact its noise. I think it is important to know this is a fan that is connected to heat sensors in the oven or in the stove and oven area. So when the heat hits a certain level, the fan turns on and exhausts, and when that temperature goes back down, the fan stops. Everybody's incentives here are to make sure that fan doesn't run all the time because it consumes a lot of energy. So the business owner is incented that way, and of course the neighbors are too. So we will continue to work with that. Nora Davis asked if we could ask the construction workers at the 4040 site to turn their music down. So we have asked the staff to go out who inspect that site and ask them to do that, and I believe that they have. Finally, we had a call at the June 6th meeting from David Frankel, and David raised a question about personal impropriety that was directed at me. He didn't offer any evidence or specifics, so I'm not able to address that question directly. But this isn't the first time that Mr. Frankel has made that kind of baseless allegation about me. Frankly, it's personally hurtful to have that kind of thing said about me in a public sphere. It's hurtful to other people here at City Hall, and it's distracting to the important work that we do here. And it's damaging to our organization in some sense. And I'd like to think we can all do better than to act that way toward each other.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Manager Neal. Does that prompt anything from any of the council members? Member Risser?
I remember President Nora Davis showing us her air filter from her furnace, I think. Can you comment on that?
I saw her air filter too. I'm not sure what else is there to comment on.
I thought she was concerned about dust and all kinds of things, and so I believe maybe there wasn't a specific question articulated, but it sort of begs I don't know, it seems like she raised an issue with that.
She has raised that issue consistently through this project, and so we're all aware of that. We don't have any direct evidence to do anything with that particular question. It's not a practice that we have as a city to do that.
I think we have asked them to control the dirt on the site or the
we have,
stuff that gets into the air, especially now it's so dry outside. That they should make sure that they're watering the property to suppress that dust from getting into the air. Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. That prompt anything from anyone further? Okay. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. A couple of our colleagues have items they wish to remove from the consent agenda to discuss individually. Member Agnew wants to talk about the item 6H, which is the request for purchase of services with regard to the Clover Ride circulator bus. And Member Risser wishes to ask a few questions, I think, about the request for purchase involving design services for the Fred Richards Park as we begin that effort of using those local option sales tax monies to build out Fred Richards Park pursuant to the master plan. So with the exception of items, does any other council member wish to remove an item from the consent agenda other than the ones I just described? All right, with the exception of items 6, H, and N, is there a motion to approve the balance of the items on the consent agenda in a single motion?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, and Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the items on the consent agenda with the exception of items 6H and 6N. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye. 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 Opposed? Carried. Now we'll go to Member Agnew and the Clover Ride bus circulator request for purchase.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss this. This is the first time that Clover Ride has come up on the agenda since I was sworn in, and I just think that it's an opportunity to potentially take a step back and kind of propose questions or considerations as a city of the way that we're implementing this program. Some of the specific things that I'm curious about are, are there additional ways that we can socialize or market this service to help increase the ridership? Wanting to think through how can we broaden that communication strategy, and then also discuss, and not saying that this has to happen here, but a curiosity in how those hours were identified to begin with, and how we could start to think about, I don't know if expanding it is possible. I think that especially for this this area of our community, I think it's important to really leverage the multitude of transportation options that we have. And so just I'm curious if there's additional ways that we as a city can kind of prioritize and invest into this. And I do understand that as a part of this packet, there has been evaluation done by, I believe, the Transportation Commission. So I don't know if even just, Manager Neal, if you could speak to a high level on that and what options we have as a city to double down on these efforts to encourage ridership.
Thank you, Councilmember Agnew, members of council. Yes, we can speak to that. Director Milner and I can both speak to this tonight. I'm sorry we don't have our subject matter expert able to join us tonight, Andrew Scipione. One thing we do have to tell you is that the contract is necessary for an action tonight. Otherwise, there'll be a lapse in service. But when we started this service, the idea was to try to connect areas of multifamily housing, particularly senior housing, in a logical route that would take them to from where they lived to areas, commercial areas, to retail areas, and that's where the idea came from. We have to. There are some restrictions on the city about how we do this program. We can do mostly services that are in and around our Southdale district. We have statutory authority, special statutory authority to do that actually from the state. But we can't stray too far from that, and we haven't over the years. But that's where the service came from. That's where it's going. Director Milner, do you want to add some of that?
Well, I think what we've been doing for marketing is we typically send a letter out to residential properties in the Southdale district, but we found that word of mouth is really the best way to increase that ridership. We also require or put it in our memos for every development project in the Southdale district to advertise for Clover Ride too. So those are our main mechanisms at this point. And I just add that there is an advisory committee that reviews this between Andrew and the ETC and the DARTS folks to see where they can make improvements. They've adjusted stops in the past, and they're open to more ideas to do that.
Do we have any ability to increase service line operations, or is that another part of the restriction that we currently have in place?
Well, I think for the most part, if we're talking about the Southdale district, we have options to increase. It's a matter of, I think it's just a matter of what's cost effective and how much budget we want to attribute to that. But in terms of, we do have some space where we can go outside of that quadrant, but we have to have most of the operations within that quadrant of the city to be to fit our statutory limitation.
Thanks for raising these questions, Member Agu. Important to think about as we've tried to build the ridership on Clover Ride, will we continue to be persistent and offer that service. Would you care to move the matter approving a request for purchase? Oh,
yeah.
Yes, Member Jackson, sorry.
Yes, thank you. So thanks, Member Agnew, for bringing this up. I saw the same thing. At some point, could we get a presentation or report on this service? Because I think it's a wonderful service, and that would help to promote it as well.
Yeah, we can do that for sure.
Good, thank you.
Yes, and thank you for the opportunity. And with that, I will move to approve the request for purchase for the Clover Ride circular bus.
Is there a second?
Second.
Member Pierce seconds Member Agnew's motion to approve the request for purchase to renew the Clover Ride circulator bus service contract with DARTS. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. And then on to item 6N, which Member Risser asked to be removed, and I'm going to turn now to Member Risser for her inquiries regarding the potential request for purchase for design services for the Fred Richards Park. Member Risser.
It's exciting that this is starting. One concern I have, or just clarification, as I read through this contract. I'm not seeing anything about the 9 Mile Creek Regional Trail, and I'm wondering if 9 Mile Creek has been made aware of this request for purchase, and also just what is the plan for letting people know about the trail and if it's going to stay open and all of that.
Yeah, thank you, Member Risser. Manager Neal, do you want to bring Director Vetter up here?
Sure, and while he's coming, I can tell you that our standard practice with park projects like this one is to conduct to prepare a park master plan. We do a lot of public engagement when we prepare a park master plan. This park master plan, the Fred Richards Park, has a park master plan. It was prepared in 2015. 18. So it's been around for a little while, and it was part of the sales tax initiative that was approved by voters on November 8th last year. So our normal course of business is when we have a park master plan in place, is that we go right to the contract with the landscape architect or the architect to prepare plans that are consistent with that park master plan, because the park master plan at that point has already been reviewed and approved by the park board and reviewed and approved by the city council. In terms of what our interactions have been with 9 Mile Creek over the trail, I think I'll ask Mr. Vetter if he'll comment on that.
And let me get a clarification from Member Risser. Did you mean 9 Mile Creek, or did you mean Three Rivers Park District, since they're the proprietor of the regional trail?
Three Rivers, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Director Vetter.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Risser, to answer your question specifically, and thank you, Manager Neal, for that nice introduction on what our process has been and will be. We have engaged both Three Rivers Park District and 9 Mile Creek Watershed District for this project specifically. Both, they will wear two hats, both as a regulator or an approver of some fashion for this project, as well as potential partners. So from both the when we look at the phases of the park, from the nature bank to the central green to the great lawn and the loop, Three Rivers Park District has great interest of having a greater presence in the area as well. So that may be a potential partnership. And 9 Mile Creek Watershed District is also very interested in the nature bank and the wetland component of that. So both have been engaged. Specifically about how the trail will function during this will be a little bit of a work of art for us. We do need to build from west to east, so starting with the nature bank and the wetland area and move east. How we manage that construction material will be a great source of dialogue with Three Rivers on their trail. Their goal is to completely keep that open, where there may have to be traffic control for our work, not necessarily for the trail. So that was an early indication that they had for us. But that will be developed as we get into design detail as well. So both have been engaged, and as we bring things forward, we are actually hopeful that at your next meeting we will bring a review and an action item on the wetland bank itself at your next meeting. So we are excited to get working on these projects.
Thank you so much. I know a lot of people want to see that trail stay open.
Thank you, Member Risser. Any other council members have questions for Director Vetter? All right, Member Risser, would you consider moving the action, which is approval of the request for purchase for design services for the Fred Richards Park plan with Confluence Inc.?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
Member Risser moves, Member Agnew seconds. The motion is stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of 6N in the form stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we move on,
Manager Neal.
thank you. We had one item under consent, item E, that staff should have pulled from tonight's consent agenda, and I failed to do that. That item is not quite ready yet. There's still some discussions that are going on with the City of Bloomington. So we need to ask you to not approve that.
Which one?
Item E, the cooperative agreement with the City of Bloomington.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you want us to just set that over to another time?
We don't know when it'll be ready, but we might. Well, yeah.
You just table it indefinitely.
Let's table it. Let's specifically table it to July 18th.
Okay.
That'll give everybody
All
some
right,
motivation
with
to get it
respect to
done.
item 6E, which is approval of the cooperative agreement with the City of Bloomington for maintenance of West 78th Street, is there a motion to table this to the July 18, 2023 City Council meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the tabling of the item 6E to the July 18, 2023 City Council meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion stated, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Manager Neal.
Thank you.
Thanks for that catch. And next, we are now going to move on to special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda. Quite a bit to cover there. The first matter is Ordinance 2023-11. You've got the introduction, Manager Neal. And this is something that we deal with from time to time, I guess on 10-year interval here. Now, we've got Brian Grogan here with us, our legal counsel, and we're going to talk about potentially renewing the grant of a 10-year franchise agreement with Comcast Minnesota, Inc. And Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of council. The city of Edina is part of a 5-city consortium called the Southwest Cable Commission. In addition to our city, it includes the cities of Minnetonka, Richfield, Hopkins, and Eden Prairie. Yeah, I had just thought I lost one there for a second. Those 5 cities.
You remember the town you used to manage?
Yeah, I know. I used to work there too, yeah. Those 5 cities work together to interact with and manage some aspects of our collective relationship with Comcast around cable television issues. Cable television issues are regulated primarily at the federal level, and they are not regulated by the Public Utilities Commission in the state of Minnesota. We have interacted with them for a long time in our 5 cities, and Mr. Grogan is legal counsel and administrator for the Southwest Cable Commission. We have been negotiating with Comcast for a new cable franchise that will serve all 5 cities. We each have to adopt, each city has to adopt the franchise and the agreement on its own. This is encapsulated in Ordinance 2023-11. And with that, I know Mr. Grogan has a brief presentation, and we'd be happy to see it.
Very good. Thanks, Manager Neal. Mr. Grogan, good to see you. Thank you. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, for the record, my name is Brian Grogan. I'm an attorney with the Minneapolis law firm of Moss & Barnett. I always like to clarify at the beginning here, I essentially am working for you in this case. I am not representing the cable company. Sometimes that gets lost in translation. So my client here is the Southwest Cable Commission, of which you are a member. And fortunately, because of Mr. Neal's introduction, I'm going to be able to skip some slides tonight because he covered some of this. I'm going to talk a little bit about the commission, the changing industry, because you're probably wondering why are we talking about a cable television franchise in the world that we live in. A little background about the process and then the key provisions of the contract in front of you. Mr. Neal covered most of this slide. We have this Joint Powers Commission. Mr. Neal's a member of that commission. Previously, Councilmember Jackson was on the commission. Now, Councilmember Agnew is a new member to our commission, and we appreciate all their assistance and help in reaching this agreement with Comcast. It is a change in industry. When you think about what's in your streets right now, we know about gas, electric, water, kind of the utilities that provide essential services. Cable television is a little bit of a different breed, right? Because it doesn't really fit neatly into a Public Utilities Commission model where it's a regulated rate of return. In this case, you have a private company that's using your streets to string their facilities and then provide a product that each of your residents may or may not choose to take. And they're free to charge whatever they want to your constituents. That's a little different model than a regulated rate of return at the Public Utilities Commission. And so what Comcast does, like all cable operators, is they pay you a rental fee. It's called a franchise fee. But they only pay that on cable TV. They don't pay that on broadband or on telephone. It's just on that little cable TV piece. That used to be their main business. Now they offer many different lines of service, including broadband services, which are what many people these days focus on when they think of communication services to have in the household. Eventually, our state legislature will grapple with the issue that as subscribers decline and go to streaming services, so too will the revenue that you receive for the use of your streets. And we'll have to figure out how cities are going to be made whole on that, because you will not be receiving the same revenue under this contract that you have for the last 10 years. I just want to note that change. We're not going to solve that tonight, but it's worth just kind of putting in your back pocket. For this renewal process, the last time I was before the city was back in 2012. We had a 10-year franchise. Comcast requested renewal in 2019, and we were moving forward successfully. And then, of course, the pandemic hit, and it slowed everything down. We finally got a completed needs assessment report where we had consultants come in and assess the needs of each of the 5 member cities. That was completed last summer, and then we spent the time since then negotiating with Comcast. Comcast was quite cooperative in the negotiations. Of course, they drive a hard bargain, but always showed up, always on time, always responsive to the requests of the commission, and in the end, reached a mutually acceptable arrangement here. The commission met on May 24th and unanimously approved a recommendation to adopt the franchise that's before you tonight. So the new franchise, it's a 10-year contract, same as the last one, 5% franchise fee. I kind of teed this up earlier that you're still getting this fee. We have the strongest definition that we put in there for gross revenues, but we only get this on cable. We do not get this on broadband, and we should note that the cable subscribership is changing, especially with certain demographics where they are moving to a streaming service like Netflix or YouTube or whatever the case may be. So we're not expecting this to be an increasing revenue source for the city. Nevertheless, we have strong customer service standards, about 6 pages worth of customer service standards to ensure that if customers aren't receiving the proper level of service, city and the commission can do something about it. We drove all of the right-of-way management for your streets to your city code, so that as your city attorney adapts your city code in the years to come, the city code will be the governing document that will drive their use of your right-of-way, not a separate franchise that would create a different set of rules that would apply to them. 3 local channels. The channel that we're on tonight will continue in high definition. We also obtained high definition for our public and educational channels. That was a big issue for your local public access producers. There may not be a significant number of those, but they are a very vibrant group, and they really do want to be brought into the high definition world instead of standard definition. So that was a very well-received negotiating accomplishment in this franchise. The PEG fee will increase up to 1.5%, so you'll see more revenue coming in to be able to purchase capital equipment. Things like this monitor here, cameras, the edit decks, the microphones, all of which have a limited useful life. Rather than drawing on your general revenue fund, we have a dedicated fund now that will allow you to tap into that to replace these things over the next 10 years. We have strong enforcement tools in case the operator should not comply. Comcast has been actually a very well-performing operator. We have not needed to exercise those in recent memory. We will maintain all the connections to City Hall, to the other locations, schools, etc., and that will be provided free of charge by Comcast, as well as certain complementary free cable services. Mostly, though, those are limited to government buildings. Schools no longer really need those services. People are using their iPads, they're using web-based services, so not as big of an issue here. And in conclusion, then, the Commission did unanimously recommend adoption of this ordinance at its May 24th meeting, and we hope that tonight it meets with your approval, and I will stand for questions, Mayor.
All right, thanks, Mr. Grogan. Any supplemental information that either our council members wish to provide? Member Jackson, Member Agnew?
So I'm pretty excited about this deal. We have, I don't know how much people are aware of this, but we have award-winning programs on our public access television. And they regularly come to the commission meetings and talk about what they're doing and the audiences that they're reaching. And so I'm really excited that they will have this HD capability. I also want to plug that Dan Carpenter on staff here and also with the commission actually has camps where people can learn how to use that service. There's a recording studio in Bloomington. I always have to plug it because it's a really wonderful resource, and this will help to pay for that. The needs assessment report is kind of a big term, but that's about what are the needs of the city in order to continue to provide the service and to have the recording equipment and the use of our streets. So that's was the big part I remember when we were negotiating this. What are the needs? And so then it gets split proportionately among the 5 cities. And the other thing that I want to say is a really good deal in this is that to continue to have that free cable service in the city buildings, and that helps us all stay connected. So I want to thank everybody for working so hard on this. I know it's a lot of behind the scenes work and negotiations, but it's really exciting to have this done, and satisfying, I think, is a better word than exciting. It's very satisfying that we'll continue to have this for 10 years, and we'll see where cable is in 10 years. But for now, this is a very good deal.
Thank you. Member Agnew.
I'm very new to this commission, so I guess I would just echo Member Jackson's, what word did you use instead of excitement?
Satisfying.
Satisfaction with seeing this come to fruition. I obviously haven't been as invested in the process over the long haul, but again, just great to see the progress being made here.
Good. Thank you. And who said you can't get no satisfaction? I don't remember that. I heard that somewhere. You get it right here at the cable.
There you go.
Cable operator. Who knew? All right. Any questions for Mr. Grogan? Anybody? All right. Would one of the two of you care to move the matter and one second it?
I will move the matter.
I'll second.
All right. We got a motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Agnew to adopt Ordinance 2023-11, renewing the grant of a 10-year franchise to Comcast Minnesota, Inc. On a first reading basis, I take it, is what we want to do here. Is that right, Manager Neal? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried? All right. Very good. Thanks for being here, Mr. Grogan. All right. I don't know who you'll see in 10 years, but maybe you won't be here either. I don't know.
I have a bet that Scott will be.
All right. Very good. All right. We're going to move on now to the something that we do in the odd year. It is the Quality of Life Survey, and we did one this year on the heels of COVID, and it's been a challenging time for every city, I think, across America with all the things we've had to deal with. But Scott Neal's going to introduce the matter, our 2023 Quality of Life Survey, and we have somebody that worked carefully with our staff who's going to be here for a virtual presentation, Kim Daney from Polco. And Manager Neal, I'll turn to you now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Every odd-numbered years since 2011, the city has conducted a quality of life survey. Recently, we had the 2023 Quality of Life Survey completed. We usually do it during the first half of the year. This allows us to use that data in our budgeting process, which we will do later in odd-numbered years. So integrating the data from the survey with our budget-making process has been a really powerful use of this information. With us tonight, we have from Polco, who is our consulting partner on this project, is Kim Daney. The council had a chance to interact with Ms. Daney earlier tonight during the work session and have a bit more of a conversation about the data. She has a shorter presentation that she's going to do this evening for the council and for the public. So that's who we have tonight.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Kim Daney, and I am a Survey Research Associate at Polco and the National Research Center. I am pleased to be here to present the results of Edina's Quality of Life Survey. Before I begin, on behalf of myself and my Polco and NRC coworkers, I'd like to thank Jennifer Benneret, the primary contact for us during our survey research development and implementation process. She was a pleasure to work with and provided thoughtful feedback for us throughout the survey project. All households within Edina were eligible to participate in the 2023 Edina Quality of Life Survey. This was the 7th time that Edina has conducted the Quality of Life Survey, going all the way back to 2020 or 2011, and every other year since then. The survey was conducted between March 22nd and May 3rd of this year. And we used a sampling approach where we had a random sample of 2,000 households, all within the boundaries of the city of Edina. Each household received 3 communications from the city, a postcard informing residents about the survey with a link to the online survey, a survey packet the following week, which contained a hard copy of the survey, a letter informing them about the survey and signed by the mayor, and also with another link to the online survey if they wish to take it online instead. And a week later, they received an additional survey packet as a reminder. And we received 475 responses from this effort, which was a 25% overall response rate. The results were then statistically weighted to reflect the census population norms for Edina, which helps ensure that our results are statistically representative of the city of Edina. And we had a 95% confidence interval with a margin of error of plus or minus 5%, which is right within our standard that we like to see to ensure that our results are accurate and representative. At POLCO, we also use a benchmarking database, which includes survey data from more than 500 communities across the nation. And this database includes responses from communities who have conducted our national community survey or a custom resident survey, such as Edina's. Our database also includes survey results from jurisdictions across the country who may not have surveyed with us, but we were able to import their data into our benchmark database. A number of questions from Edina's survey were available for benchmark comparisons. And as I go through the presentation, I'll be referring to those as either national benchmark comparisons, where we compare to the whole, as all the jurisdictions across the country, as well as a separate benchmark comparison against just those communities that are in the state of Minnesota. Now we will dive into an overview of the survey results. First, we will look at how Edina compares to the national benchmark comparisons. 78 items on Edina's survey were available to be compared against the national benchmark data set. And 41 of those items received higher than the average ratings. 36 received ratings that were similar to the national average, and 1 item was lower. A few notes here. Edina ranked much higher, which was more than 20 points above the average for shopping opportunities and for snow removal. And snow removal ranked number 4 in the country, and Edina ranked number 5 for shopping opportunities. 1 item was lower than the national benchmark, which was the impact the economy will have on your family in the next 6 months, meaning Edina residents are less positive of the economic outlook than the national average. Compared to the Minnesota benchmarks, again, 78 items were available for comparison. And we had 15 items were higher than the national or the Minnesota benchmark. 61 items were similar to the Minnesota benchmark, and 2 items were lower. And again, those lower items were impact the economy will have on your family income in the next 6 months, as well as attracting people from diverse backgrounds. Edina also ranks #1 in Minnesota for various different items, including shopping opportunities, snow removal, fire services, fire prevention and education, city-sponsored special events, adult educational opportunities, and opportunities to volunteer. Another look at the broad overview of the survey is comparisons to the previous year. So we had 209 items that were available for trends from 2021 to 2023. 16 of those items were more positive than 2021. Most items, 166, were similar, and 27 items were rated more negatively than 2021. And some of those items that were lower this year included overall built environment of Edina, the overall image or reputation of the city, feelings of safety in the greater Southdale area, and ease of walking and travel by bicycle. Now I will look at the key findings from the survey, and these are just a few items that we identified as survey researchers to be significant to us, but as you look at the rest of the report, you'll notice a lot of other data points that are very relevant. These are just some of the ones that we picked out as being interesting to us. First, Edina residents enjoy an exceptional quality of life. Edina residents continue to rate the quality of life highly, with 93% of respondents awarding excellent or good remarks in 2023. This rating was higher than the national benchmark and similar to peer communities in Minnesota. About 9 in 10 indicated they would recommend living in Edina to someone who asked, and 9 in 10 would also remain in Edina for the next 5 years. About 2/3 said they rated the sense of community in Edina as excellent or good. And each of those 3 quality of life measures were similar to the national and Minnesota benchmarks. In terms of overall community characteristics, about 9 in 10 positively rated the quality of the overall natural environment, health and wellness opportunities, and overall economic health of the city. More than 8 in 10 also rated the overall opportunities for education and enrichment as excellent or good. As you can see here, health and wellness opportunities, overall economic health, and opportunities for education and enrichment were both higher than the national and Minnesota benchmarks, while the overall built environment was higher than the national average. In terms of specific community characteristics, the highest rated aspects continue to be the cleanliness of Edina, shopping opportunities, air quality, and the overall quality of business and service establishments. Each of these items were rated as excellent or good by 9 in 10 residents. Among the lowest rated items were cost of living and the availability of affordable quality housing, which were rated by highly by less than about 4 in 10 residents. As you can see here on the left-hand side, about nearly all of these were rated higher than either the national or Minnesota benchmarks. Many of them rated higher than both. And 2 items were rated increasingly positive ratings between 2021 and 2023. Those were a variety of housing options and opportunities to attend cultural, arts, or music activities. Our next highlight is while residents generally feel safe in Edina, the feeling of safety has declined in some areas of the city, and the perception of some types of crime has increased. About 9 in 10 said the overall feeling of safety in Edina was excellent or good, which is similar to communities in the United States and in Minnesota. One of the top reasons residents chose for why they live in Edina was because they feel it is a safe community, and 59% of respondents indicated that. Residents also rated how safe they feel in 3 different areas of the community. Almost all residents, 93%, said they felt very or somewhat safe in their neighborhood, and over 8 in 10 felt safe in the 50th and France area, and about 2/3 felt safe in the Southdale area, and that was a decline in positive ratings from 2021 to 2023. Neighborhood safety and downtown area safety, the 50th and France area, were similar to the national and Minnesota benchmarks. In addition to considering what they liked most about living in Edina, residents shared what they felt was the most serious issue facing Edina, and about 10% of respondents commented on crime and safety related issues. Edina residents also rated 4 potential problem areas related to crime. About 1/3 of respondents felt vandalism and property crime were a moderate, major, or extreme problem, while slightly fewer felt that youth crime and drugs were problematic. About 15% felt that violent crime was of concern. When compared to 2021, the rates of youth and violent crimes were rated as more of a concern in 2023. Our next highlight was city services continue to be highly rated. Survey participants gave positive scores to the overall quality of city services, with about 9 in 10 providing excellent or good ratings, which is a stable rating since 2015. And more than 9 in 10 positively rated fire services, ambulance or emergency medical services, city parks, and police services. And at least 8 in 10 gave high marks to a variety of services, including sewer services, public health services, recreation programs or classes, animal control, yard waste pickup, and street cleaning, among many others. Among the lowest rated services were land use, planning, and zoning, rated excellent or good by 50% of residents, and street repair, which was rated positively by 48%. Compared to other Minnesota communities, Edina ranks #1 in snow removal, ambulance or emergency medical services, fire services, fire prevention, and city-sponsored special events. We'll take a look here at the quality of drinking water and garbage collection. So almost 3/4 of residents rated the quality of drinking water as excellent or good. And the reliability, safety, and appearance of drinking water was rated excellent or good by 8 in 10 respondents, which is similar to the national and Minnesota benchmarks. And nearly 3/4 gave positive remarks to the water's odor, and almost 2/3 said the taste was excellent or good. About 1/3 gave positive reviews to the water's hardness. Additionally, close to 9 in 10 gave excellent or good ratings to the quality of garbage collection, which is also similar to the national and Minnesota averages. And residents also, again, this year were asked to rate their level of support for the city changing from the current multiple hauler garbage collection system to a single hauler system. And a larger proportion of residents, now about 6 in 10, support the city in choosing one hauler for the whole community compared to 2021. Finally, look at parks and recreation. Residents were asked to review a list of 12 Parks and Recreation Department amenities, and then asked how frequently they used each. And more than 8 in 10 residents said they used neighborhood parks, trails, and the Centennial Lakes Park at least once in the last 12 months. More than 4 in 10 reported using Edinburgh Park and large community fields. and about 37% or fewer reported using each of the remaining amenities at least once in the last 12 months. Compared to 2021, usage of Edinburgh Park, Edina Aquatic Center, Edina Senior Center, Bramer Golf Dome, and Bramer Field increased. And on the right-hand side, we also asked residents about the quality of parks and recreation facilities. So we have 10 of the 12 parks and recreation amenities were highly rated by at least 9 in 10 respondents. Nearly all residents rated Centennial Lakes Park as either excellent or good. And dog parks and off-leash areas received the lowest quality ratings, although those were still rated excellent or good by 70% of residents. Quality ratings also remained stable from 2021 to 2023, except for the Bramer Arena and Bramer Field, which declined in 2023. Finally, our last highlight was residents identify opportunities for improvement with housing and development. Among the lowest rated community characteristic items were availability of affordable quality housing, rated excellent or good by 32% of respondents, and variety of housing options at 57% of respondents. When asked to share what they felt was the most serious issue facing Edina, 22% of respondents wrote a comment related to overdevelopment or wrong type of development or teardowns, while 13% commented on the need for more affordable housing. About 2/3 of residents gave excellent or good reviews to the overall quality of commercial redevelopment, while about 6 in 10 gave positive reviews to the overall quality of residential redevelopment. And those ratings are also on par with 2021, but as you can see, the overall quality of residential redevelopment has been declining over the past several years. And now we'll look at availability of housing for various income groups. So overall, a majority of respondents felt that there was somewhat too little or far too little housing for lower income singles and families. And about 2 in 10 felt there was the right amount of housing available for lower income groups. A slightly smaller proportion of residents felt that there was too little housing available for middle income families and singles, about 50% each, while 4 in 10 felt there was the right amount of housing for these two middle income groups. Finally, a majority of respondents felt that there was either too much or the right amount of housing for high income families and high income single family households. About 2/3 of respondents said that it was either essential or very important for the city to encourage preservation of small starter homes, which are homes with fewer rooms or other amenities that are affordable for first-time buyers. And 1/3 of residents prioritized medium density development like townhouses, and about 1/4 said the city should encourage the building of more accessory dwelling units, such as apartments or small homes built above garages or in backyards. And finally, about 2 in 10 felt the city should focus on higher density development like apartments. And this is a summary of those key findings. Edina residents enjoy an exceptional quality of life. While residents generally feel safe in Edina, the feeling of safety has declined in some areas of the city, and the perception of some types of crime has increased. City services continue to be highly rated, and residents identify opportunities for improvement with housing and development. And now I will open the floor for any questions.
Council members? Councilmember Jackson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in our session upstairs, we broke apart the answers on the garbage collection system. Can you sort of tell us, there were a significant number of I don't knows, I think, in there. Can you tell me how those answers specifically broke down?
Yes, we had 22% don't knows. Let's see. Yes, we had 28% strongly support, 18% somewhat support, 11% somewhat oppose, 21% strongly oppose, but then 22% indicated that they didn't know.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Pierce.
Thank you. Can you go through, you talked about this a little bit when you started, but I think it would be helpful for residents to understand the steps that you go through to ensure that the data that we get is statistically sound. And so if you could just talk about, in general, how you ensure that the data that we're looking at is representative of all of Edina and the data is meaningful.
Excellent question. Yeah, so we have gone through a long process of in survey research of determining how many households to select and how to select them. So we use a random sampling process. So we gather all households within the boundaries of Edina. That list is purchased, and we verify that all households are within the city limits. And then we randomly select through a process where each nth number household is selected. So it's truly a random sample. We do oversample multifamily housing units just based on the fact that multi-unit housing are less likely to respond to surveys, which is a survey research best practice. But after we obtain that random selection of housing units, they all receive the same online and paper ways to take the survey. After we receive our responses back, we also go through a weighting process, which is another best practice in survey research, where we look at the demographics of the respondents and we compare those to the US Census norms for Edina. And as a part of our data analysis, we weight the responses according to their demographic profile and make sure that it lines up with the census profile for Edina to make sure that the response set that you see in the report is representative of the entire city of Edina, to make sure that we're hearing for the proper different amounts of each demographic group.
Thank you very much. I think it's really important to go through that because if we're not doing it that way, then it's actually difficult for us to even see trends and kind of trust what we're seeing year to year. And so thank you for the report out. And then I just, as a council, I look forward to digging into the data and just determining on what action steps we may or may not want to take. So thank you.
Ms. Daney, I want to thank you for being with us this evening, both in our work session for well over an hour, answering questions from council members, and then making this more summary presentation now for the council and for our community. So that quality of life study will be put on the community website, I'm sure, and be available to all of our residents for review. And we'll be discussing the survey data as well, as Member Pierce said. All right, that's just no action required on that. It was just an informational item. So we'll move on now to the next item, which is another matter that does not require action, but it is an important report out that we get annually, our Race and Equity annual report from our Race and Equity manager, Heidi Lee. And just want to tell folks while she's getting set up, we had Juneteenth celebration, the second one in Edina yesterday. And we started it last year when it was a national holiday and not yet a state holiday, and now it's a state holiday. And I will tell you that we'll sing your praises, Ms. Lee, because you did a terrific job organizing everything, and all of the folks that you sought out to help us make it a success. I think it was really great work on your part. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for having me tonight to present to you all. I would like to give you an update of the race and equity work that is happening in the city. In my time here today, I have seen growth and impact of the race and equity work, as well as support and commitment to have Edina be a welcoming and inclusive community to all those that live, work, and spend time in the city. My time with you tonight will be spent providing some historical highlights of the race and equity work, as well as to provide you current work that is being done in the city, and to also celebrate the successes of the race and equity work in the city. And so I am going to try to multitask and move the slides as well as hold this, so please give me grace. And so as I indicated, I wanted to provide you some high-level information with the race and equity work that has been happening in Edina. And just to give you this timeline, since 2016, most of you on council are aware of the timeline, but I just wanted to give those to the folks that may be watching or that are unaware of that. So in 2016, 30 Edina community members were appointed to serve on the Race and Equity Task Force, as well as the working groups, and to provide research, as well as identify preventions of disparate outcomes in the community. In 2017, as you had heard from the Quality of Life Survey, one poignant question was asked is how important is that local government focuses on creating a diverse and inclusive city? And that was the very first year that appeared on the Quality of Life Survey. In 2018, the Race and Equity Task Force completed their research and provided those recommendations to Council, and that was accepted by Council on May 15th of 2018. And then the implementation plan was then approved by City Council in September 5th. And then in 2019, the Race and Equity Division was established in the city of Edina. As we were thinking about even moving into 2020, where there was a lot of challenging things that occurred with the pandemic as well as the civil unrest, race and equity work still progressed. So in 2020, City Council approved the renaming of Garden Park to Yancey Park, which was actually one of the items that was on the implementation plan, and we were able to have a community celebration in October of 2021. So that was a great event. And then also in response to the challenges as well as the civil unrest, a community conversation was hosted by the Human Rights and Relations Commission. And subsequently in 2021, there was a second community conversation as well to continue that. In 2021, the City Council then approved the Just Deeds participation for the city, where community members would have the opportunity to be able to renounce those discriminatory covenants, even though they were no longer enforceable, as well as having the city renounce their city-owned parcels that had discriminatory covenants. All in all, it was about 52 city-owned parcels that had discriminatory covenants. And then lastly, in 2021, City Council approved Juneteenth to be a city observed throughout that for the city. And actually to also say that Edina was one of the very first suburbs to do that. So I thank you for Council for approving that. And then in 2022, the city hosted their very first Juneteenth event. And then in 2023, the city then proclaimed that January 17th was the National Day of Racial Healing. And incidentally, the National Day of Racial Healing was actually established in 2017. So thinking about the fact that this particular day of National Racial Healing was also a combination or a collaboration between many other cities as well. So it was a regional event that we had in 2023. And so just to give you some of the highlights that we had for race and equity. And so as you had an opportunity, whether in your work session or even here, to just talk about the quality of life survey results, and I wanted to be able to highlight some of those results that pertain to race and equity in the city. And so taking a look at what you see in front of you is that you'll notice in 2013 and 2015, there was no questions asking community members if they thought that local government should focus on creating a diverse and inclusive city. However, in 2017, it was added. And you'll notice that it has a pretty good baseline where in 2017, 2019, and 2023, those percentages where people had indicated whether it was essential or very important was at 56%. And in 2021, it came to the height of being at 68%. So it has stayed similar within those 3 past years in 2017, 2019, 2023, and then rose in 2021. In addition to the quality of life survey, additional questions, as you'll notice, that is by the asterisks, those questions were not added into those quality of life surveys. And so as you think about just the growth or the progression of quality of life, that there are questions asking community members how welcome they feel. And so there are questions pertaining to, is Edina welcoming to people of all ages, sexual orientation, abilities, religions, ethnicities, and those that have lower income. And really thinking about that, the broad span of race and equity has expanded to not just race, but other identities as well, when you think about that equity umbrella. Moving on to just give you also a snapshot as far as the growth of Edina. So looking at this particular graph here, it started in 1970, and then it was at around 44,000 people, and then flash forward to 2020, which is about 54,000 people. So there has been growth in the population of Edina. And so as you look at the population of Edina, it's also good to take a look at the racial and ethnic demographics in Edina as well. And so there has been growth when you look at the different percentages. I do want to highlight that with the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander population, that there was a statistically small sample size, so that is why it is represented as 0%. And so just to go back to Councilmember Pierce's point, where when we're collecting data, we want to make sure that it's statistically valid. But looking at the overall growth in racial and ethnic demographics has continued to grow in Edina. And as we move into the next topic, which is talking about the race and equity plan as it is, I also want to highlight that there were 5 different themes, or are 5 different themes within the race and equity plan. And this actually came from the implementation plan through extensive research. And so looking at the first theme, which is accountability and data collection, it's ensuring that the race and equity work in the city is being done with fidelity, as well as being able to have data that supports that the work has impact, and also looking at, are there particular gaps that we also need to look at to fulfill as city staff members. The next theme then is city facilities and services, and it's making sure that cities and the facilities and services are being offered to promote a sense of community, as well as to be able to build on relationships with community members. The next theme, which is community engagement and communications, is creating that sense of belonging in the city's communication to the public, as well as providing multiple opportunities for the community to be able to participate and feel like there is inclusion in their perspective as well as their experiences. The fourth theme is development and enforcement of policies. So focusing on the city's policies, processes, so that we are able to create opportunities as well as remove inequities in the staff work, so day-to-day work. And then the last theme is employee training and diversity. So it's increasing staff awareness of diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as a call to action to increase diversity in staff that is representative of the community demographics. And so as looking at those 5 different themes, I want to be able to highlight the work that is being done. What I am talking to you tonight is not all-encompassing of the work, but I wanted to be able to highlight each theme and some of the work that is being done. And so under the accountability and data collection, the police community data collection has progressed, especially because the police department as well as the dispatch has implemented a new records management system and a computer-aided dispatch. And so in my conversations with the police department, they will start to go ahead and collect data, and then they will be able to go ahead and have that on the city website. Again, with data, we want to make sure that it is collecting the correct information, so there is going to be some lead time after the initial collection has been collected and then being able to be on the city website. The PACS Foundation funding prioritization, that actually was part of the implementation plan to really look at how our street reconstruction is being done with a focus of the community itself in the neighborhood. So it's taking a look at the racial and ethnic demographics, as well as the age, the ability of folks within that community, in addition to what is the support that is coming from the community. With the Race and Equity Strategic Plan, that is being developed to be able to connect the work of the implementation plan, the current work, and then what does future work look like for the city. All of that strategic plan will also encompass data that has been collected for the past 4 years to be able to say this is what the work looks like. And then the next one is internal demographic collection process, and that is just making sure that all of the different departments and divisions are collecting the same data so that there is comparative data when we're taking a look at the services that is being offered by the city. And then the last work plan item within accountability and data collection is the continued integration of the Values Viewfinder tool, which encompasses the community engagement, health and all policies, race and equity and sustainability lens that contribute to the decision-making discussions, so that they are the values of the city that are being brought forth in those decisions. City facilities and services is the next theme, and so this is a continuation from the implementation plan where staff are starting to review what are the scholarship needs. There has been an influx of usage of the Connect card, and so staff really want to be thoughtful of what does that progression look like and what is the trend so that there is going to be more scholarship opportunities for folks that may need that in the community. The next 2 bullet points, which I actually will combine, which is wayfinding signage, which is at Centennial Lakes, as well as the Edina Promenade, and then in Edinburgh Park. These 2 facilities were highlighted in the implementation plan to be able to provide wayfinding. And wayfinding is another opportunity so that guests have equitable access to find things that they may need in city facilities, and that is currently on the 2023 Race and Equity Plan. The next one is going to be the snowplow redesign, and so it's ensuring that there is a race and equity lens provided to that snow plowing. I know in the quality of life survey it has we're indicated that Edina is number 1, but how do we also tweak that a little bit so that there is equitable opportunities for folks in snow plowing. And then the last one in city facilities and services is employee training. How are folks able to support and provide information to first-time guests? And so this training has included communication tools as well as employee resources for support, such as letting them know how we utilize language line. So if it is a person that has different language needs, that staff members are able to go ahead and take action and call the language line so that they're able to communicate and provide the necessary information to those first-time guests. And then the next theme is community engagement and communication. So this is also the support of Just Deeds is a continuation. I know when City Council had approved the city to participate, there was about 2,800 homes in the city of Edina that had discriminatory covenants on them. To this date, we have about 15% of those homes that have completed an application via the website. I will say that with the tracking of which homes have been the discriminatory covenants have been renounced. That is a little bit hard to be able to determine because some folks are able to go ahead and renounce those covenants by themselves without the aid of the city. However, the city is able to provide the facilitation between the lawyers that are providing that services to help them. And so we will take a look to see how we're able to track those better and provide that to you, City Council. The next one is to be able to determine the future of days of significant event request. As I was coming up here, the mayor started talking about Juneteenth being a successful event for the past 2 years. With that success, it has also increased community organizations of wanting to host their events at city facilities, and really thinking about the fact that there is limited staff capacity and resources and how to be able to do that. That this is where there will be a determination or just kind of more research to see what does that look like, especially because there is such growth of the diversity of the community members. The next one within the community engagement and communications is to develop a citywide process and policies where complaints are perceived as biased or discriminatory. This was actually on the implementation plan, and staff have been taking a look at what is the overall need. And staff have determined that technology is needed to be able to have clear communications in inter-department and intra-departmentally when there is code enforcement complaints occurring. So staff are currently working on that. Community engagement and commissions is boards and commission recruitment and onboarding process. So this is a continuous process that has a focus on recruitment and the interview process to be able to attract and retain commissioners and student commissioners with diverse backgrounds and experiences and perspectives. And then lastly, within community engagement and communications, the language line, as I've said, is part of the training for first-time guest support in alignment with the limited English proficiency policy. Staff members are provided that training and support to be able to call language line. I will tell you, I have a little card on my lanyard as well that allows me to be able to support folks if they do have additional language needs. So really thinking about that this has reach over the entire city. I'm almost done with 2 more. And then I have development and enforcement of policies. So this was actually on the race and equity implementation plan. And so this is identifying any zoning or land use regulations that cause and create barriers to affordability and inclusion. And so there has been continuous research on that. And so for this year, the Planning Commission has researched the accessory dwelling units, and Council has indicated that they can move forward as far as researching what that would look like as far as an ordinance. The last 2 are administrating and enhancing programs to preserve single-family affordability, such as Come Home to Edina, first-generation homebuyer. And so I'm glad to report that at the end of 2022, 7 homes closed in the affordable housing single-family home ownership. 5 of the homes were purchased by first-time homebuyers, and 2 homes were purchased by first-generation homebuyers. And so just really thinking about that there is growth on that program, and then also to enhance the affordable housing to be able to prevent the displacement of community members. Really thinking about the fact that with the affordable housing, there has been an increase of that, and so with the launching of the naturally occurring affordable housing program, which contacts multi-housing unit owners, and looking at how to be able to preserve that affordability has been key. And then just being able to provide support of how folks are able to apply for the Resilient Home Grant program. And then the last theme is really then just employee training and diversity. And so full-time staff will continue to receive job-related race and equity training. And so some of those things is how do you provide equitable services to community members. In addition to full-time staff members, part-time and seasonal staff members have also received a condensed version of this particular training. With that, they have, again, the language line, and then to be able to provide financial assistance in that. So that is exciting. Staff member, I've had the opportunity to do the training with the part-time seasonal staff this past summer. Moving on to police department to create a police cadet program. The police cadet program has increased recruiting and training of police candidates that are currently in an educational degree program. I've had the opportunity to meet 5 of those police cadets, and just that they're excited to be in this particular program. The last 2 is exploring participation with neighboring communities and a pathway to a firefighter program that recruits non-traditional candidates. And so Chief Slama, as well as the fire department, has been meeting with surrounding neighborhoods and communities to see if there is a possible partnership with school districts to be able to say this is a career in public safety as well. And then the last bullet point is to increase the percentage of full-time staff who are people of color and or fluent in a language other than English. I will say that since my time here, I have seen that there is a progression of increasing BIPOC staff members. And when I say BIPOC, I mean Black, Indigenous, people of color staff members. And by the end of 2022, we had 8%. In 2021, just for reference, there was 6.8% BIPOC staff members, and in 2020 there was 6.4, and in 2019 there was 4.6. So there has been growth through these past 4 years. And then I just wanted to be able to highlight some of the things that have been going on within race and equity in the community, and I wanted to be able to have a visual of you. I know I've given you a lot of information of what is the current work plan and what are the things that we are planning to do in the future, but I also wanted to give you a little snapshot of the folks that are in the community that have participated. And so the first 3 pictures on your left-hand side that you're looking at is at the Yancey Park renaming dedication. And just thinking about the span that it took for the actual celebration from the race and equity implementation plan until this. And then the next 3 pictures underneath or next to that is from the community celebration last year for Juneteenth. And just to be able to show the work and just the beauty that was able to be created because it was in partnership with community members and more specifically HRRC members. And then the 2 pictures where there is staff or people are looking at each other is the values viewfinder. That has been an opportunity to be able to infuse what race and equity looks like in that decision-making discussion, whether it is with community members or staff members. And then the last 4 pictures on that side are from this year or yesterday's Juneteenth event. I'm especially proud of the puzzle picture that you see in front of you because that was actually a community event or collaboration art piece where community members were able to actually just draw of what Juneteenth meant to them, whether it was in written form or had little kids coming up and drawing, and just to be able to say this is what it looks like for community collaboration and celebration. So with that, I will end my presentation and I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Manager Lee. Questions or comments from council members? I'm exhausted from all the good work being done. And I'm just sitting down here, so thanks for all that great work you're leading in our community. I really appreciate it. Member Agnew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I mean, thank you for the amazing presentation tonight and the update on all the work that you're doing, but thank you for the work that you're doing. It's really important to our community, and it's amazing that we have you as a part of this team. So thank you.
Member Pierce.
So I have a lot of things I want to say, but I actually forgot about the Race and Equity Task Force. I've been telling people we did that in 2018, and it was like, wow, 2016? That's been a while. But I think there were 31 recommendations, one of which was that we needed to hire a race and equity manager. And that was you. And I say this to you all the time, and hopefully you're not embarrassed by it. But when I see you, I say, I am so surprised that you're still here. That's what I say. And I'm so thankful that you are. When I look at the breadth of what you presented today, I think the complexity in it just isn't really understood, right? You talked about things from ensuring that we have an equity lens in how we plow streets to zoning. And we know how complicated everything is between all of those. And what you have to do, because you don't have a team of 50 people.
The community engagement manager, MJ Lehman, helps, so it's like a 0.15.
Right. And so you have to do all of that with the leadership capability to be able to influence an entire organization in areas you may or may not have expertise. And I think you go about that, and the words that come to mind for me are you approach it with humility, because you never make it about you, right? It's about the work and the importance of the work. The second word I think about is passion, that you clearly care about what you're doing. The third word I think about is you're resilient. And so it's, if you hit a barrier, like you just smile and you just keep working to figure out, right, is there a way that we can get through it? And so I personally just want to thank you for everything that you've done, and thinking about, right, this, I don't think this could have gone any better. To have the 30 people work on the Race and Equity Task Force, make recommendations, and then for you to be the person to take those recommendations, build out a plan, and actually start achieving results based on that, just underscores the statement of, when you find good people and they're the right people with the right attitude, with the best leadership capability, you get more done by just getting out of the way. And so I really appreciate you, and I want to just thank you for all the work that you've done.
Thank you.
And I'm glad that you're still here.
Thank you.
Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, wow. Have you caught your breath? That was a lot. So, I've got three things. One is big, and that is a big thank you. I know in this work, it's so complicated, and what you've done is you've been able to build a team. And all of these events, and I was thinking especially of the Yancey dedication, when you had the whole team of people who are in every department who are working on this with you. And it's not just a matter of going to training, listening, sitting for a couple hours, hearing things, and going back to work. You've really put together working with the leadership, and I credit Manager Neal too in helping you with this. But it's just been. It's been deep, it's been systemic, and it's been effective. And so I know there's a lot of more work to do. There's a tremendous amount of work to do, but thank you for doing all the team building and being that core center person to coordinate it, because I think I'm impressed, and I think Member Pierce put it, it's very complicated work, and there's a lot of things. And so I just want to acknowledge your work in building the team, and then the team's work in doing the work. So that's the big thing. I have a small thing, and that is, and I think this is a good highlight for how complicated this work is, and that's the RMS CAD system and the data collection. I mean, this is something we've been talking about since the task force got together. And how do you do it, and how do you make it happen? And well, gosh, we have to buy new equipment, so we have delay while the equipment is purchased and implemented and everything. But the question I have for you is that I had a conversation with the Human Rights and Relations Commission, and you'll remember the meeting, and the question was, would they have the opportunity to have any input on how that is set up? And I wondered if there was any sort of work with that commission and those members on how this will go forward, and just sort of to take that look at the lens through which the data will be collected. Have you had a chance to work with them on that?
Well, I haven't had a chance to work with them. I know that with the HRC, or the Human Rights and Relations Commission, they act on their particular work plan to meet with the police department or a representative from the police department every quarter. And so in that meeting that they have, the police department provide updates, as well as the commissioners ask questions on the status of that. And so I think even just having that open dialogue that the police department currently have had, the commissioners will have the ability to see what does that data collection look like, and to also be able to provide that feedback. So there isn't anything that is formalized, but they do have that relationship with the police department.
Okay. Well, I will make an ask that they get the level of detail needed to sort of take a look at the structure of the data collection, because good data in, good data out, right?
Absolutely.
Bad data in, bad data out. So I will request on their behalf that be part of the next update from the police department, to the extent they could just say, give an update on that data collection process.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've had the opportunity to see what the timeline is as far as the implementation of the RMS and CAT system as well. And so they've been given a lot of knowledge and information. So I think that is what will happen in their next quarterly meeting.
Yeah. And I know it just takes a tremendous amount of patience when we're putting a new system online, but I did want to make that specific request. And then finally, you said one of your points was a strategic plan that you're working on. Is that the next step? Where do we go from here now? Because it kind of looks like the report and the work plan that came out of the 2016-2018 report is done, and there's continuing work, but is the strategic plan next steps?
Yes, that is the next step. That is the next evolution of the work plan. And so, as I indicated earlier, with the strategic plan, it will have goals, aspirational goals that are set in place, and really thinking about what are the data points that we've already been able to collect the past 4 years, and how are we able to implement those goals as well as data, so that we're able to provide those measurements of success.
Okay, terrific. Well, at any point, if you need our help, let us know.
Thank you.
Because we support your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Risser.
I want to say thank you. I also want to say that I know that even though you presented a lot of information, you're doing other things as well. And so thinking about the Grange and the Cahill School, I know I'm aware of that, but I also know there's other things that probably didn't make the list. So I'm going to keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't even think about going anywhere. So I'll parrot what my colleagues have said. You're doing great work for us, and we really appreciate everything you do. So thanks for the update, the annual update.
Thank you so much.
It's really wonderful to be part of all of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we're going to move on to the annual financial report that we do. We get audited every year, and Manager Neal, I don't know if you want to introduce the topic or you want.
Yeah, I will.
Consultants and staff here.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to introduce Pa Tao. Pa works in our finance department as our assistant finance director, and she will have a few comments and introduce the independent auditor.
Very good.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. My name is Pa Tao. I'm the Assistant Finance Director with the city. I will be introducing Michelle Hoffman from Clifton Larson Allen, or CLA. CLA has been the city's auditors since fiscal year ended 2019, and Michelle is here today to present to you our fiscal year ended 2022 annual comprehensive financial report. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you very much, Pa. All right. Well, I don't know. It may or may not be as exciting as the last couple of presentations. Those I was here for both of them, and they were very good. So I enjoy the audit, but I don't know if I can quite follow those last couple. They were very good. But as Pa mentioned, my name is Michelle. I'm a principal with CLA. I'm here to present your annual financial report for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2022. So just a quick overview of what I'm going to go over. To start out with, just some required communications to you as council, as well as our overall audit results, and then some financial results as well, and just a few other other items that are going on in the accounting world and looking ahead to future audits. All right, so real quick, some required communication. We do have some required things that we typically communicate to you as governance. And one of those is that we want to remind you and everyone else who might be a user of the financial statements that an audit does provide reasonable but not absolute assurance. We certainly cannot pull every single transaction that flows through the city. We also use sampling techniques, as has been previously mentioned in some other presentations tonight. And we take a look at your areas that are maybe more risky or larger and apply some of those different types of risk-based procedures, sampling procedures, etc. So we do provide a reasonable but not absolute assurance over your financial statement audit. Another reminder is that there are some items in the financials that are based on some significant estimates. We don't know the exact dollar amount of some of these. None of us can predict exactly how long some of these capital assets will last. Or compensated, when we look at some of these long-term liabilities that are kind of related to employees and benefits, there's some estimates that go into those. I mentioned compensated absences is on here, certainly net pension liabilities, which are related to your participation in the state-administered pension plans. We're estimating how long people are going to live, what are the planned investments are going to be able to make over the next several years, etc. So just some reminder that some of those numbers are not absolute, they are based on sort of projections and estimates. As far as accounting policies, the accounting world and the government world especially seems to always be changing. It feels like every year we have new standards, new things to revisit, present differently. We had a fairly large accounting standard, at least it was large in our world, that was adopted in 2022. This was related to leases. GASB is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, so GASB statement number 87, which was related to leases again. And what really happened is that in the past, there was a way to assess leases as either they considered them operating or capital related, and it had to meet some certain criteria to be capital related. And in most leases did not meet that. So you were just expensing your payments if you were leasing equipment or leasing something from someone. And you were just expensing your payments, not necessarily booking it as an asset. Now, basically any lease that you have that's longer than a year, whether you're leasing something from someone or to someone, had to be put on the financial statements either as a long-term receivable or as basically a capital asset that you have the right to use for the next, however many years. And I should note this is related to physical assets only. So you might see some amounts there for assets and liabilities related to leases. And really, long-term receivables were some of the bigger items that some of our cities had, with cell tower leases was a big one. So that's one that you will definitely probably see in the financial statements. And I'll get another new standard coming next year. We'll talk about kind of later in the presentation. But just a reminder too, we did receive full cooperation from management. We always do want to make sure we communicate that is a required communication. If we had any, whether it's a disagreement or just, weren't able to access certain information, we would make sure to communicate that to you as council. Of course, there was no issues with anything with regard to that. So as far as our overall audit results, we do issue a few different kind of formal letters with concluding our audit results. The first is our main audit opinion letter. We are issuing an unmodified or a clean opinion on the city's financial statements for fiscal 22. This is the best opinion we can give. I know it probably doesn't sound really all that glamorous, but an unmodified opinion is the best we can give on your financials. If we were not able to fully complete the audit, we felt we were missing information, we would have to potentially modify our opinion or disclaim it in some capacity, but we are issuing a clean opinion on the financial statements. For internal controls, that is one of the areas we do look at, in addition to just, tying out all the numbers, reconciling numbers, and kind of looking and digging into them. We look at your controls over that, all the numbers that go into the financials. And this is everything from a day-to-day transaction, how does a check get cut, how do funds come in from all your different operations, to year-end reconciliations, to sort of bigger items. So it's a lot of different areas. There's a lot of different types of transactions and reconciliations we look at. We do have one item we're including in our internal control letter as just an area to kind of improve on some of those controls, and it related to a few audit adjustments we had. I know there was some folks taking on new roles in the finance department, and I think that was, a lot of learning still going on. And so we did have a couple just adjustments here that we ended up having to make when we were looking at some of the audit areas. So things were being reviewed, things like that. There wasn't any concern there, but we just kind of had to assess with a couple adjustments. And then another area that we looked at this year, you had last year as well, but typically is not something that comes up too much, is what we call a federal single audit. And what that is related to federal programs. I know you typically don't get a lot of federal funding, but the last couple of years have had some certainly additional federal funding come through related to pandemic relief programs. So we did have a federal single audit again this year. So we were testing the state and local fiscal recovery funds. That's a federal program that was offered to certain cities, yourself included, were a direct recipient of federal funds. A lot of our other metro cities had them pass through the state. And we audited that program. We test a sample of the expenditures that are charged to that program or basically paid for with those funds, as well as the procurement process over any of the larger items that were charged to that program. So when it came to allowable costs, we had no concerns. All the costs were fully allowable to be charged under the program. When we took a look at procurement with some of those larger items, all of the costs charged were again fully allowable. We just had a couple items with regard to some specific federal requirements in that you have to check any vendors before you enter into some larger contracts to make sure they're not suspended or debarred. And then also the last piece was just one of them had just a tidy up of the documentation. So the requirements for these programs are different than state procurement. You might be familiar with some of our state statutes, and it does differ from federal requirements. So it can be a little bit tricky when you're navigating how, which funds are being used, and if you're not typically getting large amounts of funds in, on a year-to-year basis. So just a couple recommendations there. And then the last piece, I just alluded to Minnesota statutes. We do also look at a lot of those statutes and how you're applying them to the city, and how the Office of the State Auditor gives us sort of a checklist and says they want us to look at these different statutes that apply to cities. One of them, again, is related to contracting and bidding. The state has their own statutes. There's some certain other things we take a look at as well. And if we had any items to report there, then we would include those in our Minnesota legal compliance letter. But we do not have any recommendations, as everything looked good there. All right, so now I'll get into some actual financial results. Here's just a quick look at our general fund. So we have our revenues, expenditures, and fund balances. Again, looking back through fiscal 22. So we have a 5-year trend here for each of these categories, as you can see, kind of the bars changing over the years. So taking a look at, revenues were about 6% over budget for the year, and the big drivers there were licenses and permits came in over budget, as well as intergovernmental revenue, those state and federal grants. Expenditures about 1% over budget. Your assigned fund balance ended at, your unassigned fund balance there ended about 38% of the expenditures for the general fund. So that is one of the things we look at, is your fund balance in your general fund, and what the unassigned, which is sort of your unearmarked, unrestricted piece, what that looks like. There are a few components in your fund balance that are restricted or committed to a certain use. So we take a look at kind of the residual, what's left, what can you use as you see fit. And you came in right around 38% there for 2022, and you can see that was at 37% last year. As you can see, of course, expenditures are pretty much just incrementally going up the last 5 years, revenue increasing as well. The slight spike there in 2020 before it went back down again was your first round of federal funds, as you got under the CARES Act, coronavirus relief funds. These ARPA Act funds came in sort of in 23, so there was a kind of a year gap there, 22. So 21 didn't have as much of the grant revenue coming in. That's why there was a bit of a spike in 20, went back down again, and kind of went back up again in fiscal 22. Just another quick look at the breakdown of general fund revenues. Of course, you can see, we all know the property taxes make up the vast majority of our general fund revenues. General fund revenues were up about $5.1 million, or about 10% as compared to 2021. And just like the two categories I mentioned that were the most over budget, those were the two categories that did increase the most. Again, intergovernmental revenue, that was a combination of those federal funds as well as a pretty sizable state grant for, I believe it was West 70th was a street project there. So a couple pieces there, and then licenses and permits also were up quite a bit from last year. General fund expenditures, again, kind of looking at the breakdown here, stays pretty similar over the last 5 years. They were up about 3.4 million, or almost 7% when we look at compared to fiscal 21. And really looking at the different categories there were just sort of incremental increases. None of them stuck out too much as having, real big spikes in changes. So pretty much just incremental increases across the board. All right, so I'll take a look at your enterprise funds. So there's a little bit going on here, so I'll kind of walk you through what's happening. So this is our utilities fund, of course. We're looking at our, sewer, water, stormwater, kind of all combined here. Again, taking a look at a 5-year trend, but if you look at fiscal 22, so the majority of your activity in your enterprise funds is operating. It's revenue and expenses that are operating. There are a few other pieces that are considered non-operating. Investment income would be one, but most of the activity is considered operating, either revenue or expense. The navy blue line there, the highest one, is your operating revenue. So that's what you're bringing in with your utilities fund. The line immediately next to it, kind of the light blue, is your operating expenses without depreciation in it. So we took out depreciation expense just to give you an idea. It's still a real expense, but clearly not as much of related resources being exchanged kind of expense. So we take a look at that so you can kind of see how your revenues coming in and your expenses going out kind of compare. The third bar in the middle there is the depreciation expense. So if you were to kind of stack it on the light blue bar, then you'd have a true comparison. And then the last two are the two changes there, kind of the net. So the yellow bar is your net income without depreciation, and then the gray is when we take that depreciation back out. So you're still, if we kind of net everything together, you ended up right about a $12 million net operating income for the utilities fund, even with depreciation. So you're covering your depreciation, you have a positive operating income, net operating income, which not all utilities are able to have. It depends a little bit on maybe the where your city is at as far as development. If you see a lot more citizens coming in, you may not be currently covering that, but where you're at and sort of your maturity as far as a city. So, but generally it's a very healthy fund to show that you are able to basically cover that depreciation as well and show positive net operating income in your utilities fund. All right, so the next enterprise fund, very stark example of the impacts of the pandemic here in the Aquatic Center Fund, of course. So as you can see, 2020 really was a pretty down year for the Aquatic Center. Not much happened there. Nice bounce back in 2021, as well as increases again in 2022. So we're basically showing the exact same thing where your operating revenue there in the navy blue, and then your operating expenses, not considering depreciation, in the light blue. And the difference between those two is the orange bar is a positive number, but when we add the depreciation in, there was a slight negative operating income or loss in the Aquatic Center for fiscal 22. It was very small loss as well in fiscal 21. As you can see, it was very small positives in 18 and 19, but just a little bit of an overall operating loss in fiscal 22. Still healthy fund balance or net position in that fund, but just a little bit of a negative operating loss. Golf course, same thing, taking a look there. Golf course overall, as you can see, also nice increases over the last couple of years. And as compared to the revenues coming in, is not as capital intensive as like your utilities fund. Certainly there are a lot of capital assets in the golf course, but not the kind of ratio of revenues being collected typically is less. So most golf courses are typically able to cover that depreciation a little bit more. So overall, right around $1 million net operating income there for the golf course in fiscal 22. The arena fund, as you can see here, also 2020 obviously was a little more impact on the arena fund, but bouncing back. Though expenditures did slightly exceed revenues in 2022, and then when we add depreciation, actually again ended up with a net operating loss in the arena fund, which has been similar to past years. There are some non-operating items that help that fund out as well, but did have a net operating loss there of about $600,000. Liquor fund, certainly we're not really dealing with capital assets as much here, but just taking a look at the liquor fund. ended up right around $14.5 million in revenue for fiscal 22. Direct expenses there of about $10 million. So you can see overall the net operating income there was about $800,000 for the liquor fund in fiscal 22. Another look at the liquor fund, and the liquor fund is, it's having that nice net operating income of typically is around that $700,000-800,000. The liquor fund is really able to, often transfer some of those excess funds out to other funds and really supplement some of the other activities of the city. So seeing that nice net operating income every year is always certainly a good thing for the liquor fund, as it's really able to supplement some of the other activities, as you can transfer those funds out as you see fit or if you choose to. Another quick look at liquor fund operations as far as your gross profit margin here. And we have the City of Edina there up at the top in navy blue. In light blue there, we have the 7-county metro area. Of course, we don't have 22 yet for the 7-county metro, but we do have the last 4 years just so you can take a look. As you can see, at least through 21, you were consistently having a nice profit margin there that was above the 7-county metro area average. And then certainly that definitely went up a few percent, or about 3% from fiscal 21 to 22. Overall, revenue per capita for the city. Here we have a nice little graph that shows the last 3 years for the city of Edina as well as statewide. Again, when we look at statewide, we're kind of going back a year because we don't have fiscal 22 yet. But this is for cities with population between 20,000 and 100,000. So you can see where you stack up a little bit. Fiscal 21 per capita revenues were about $402 more than cities of comparable size. So when we look at 21, of course, you can see there was a little bit of an increase there from 21 to 22 for the city of Edina as well. We do have a note there. Typically, Edina and some of our other metro cities don't receive local government aid. That's what LGA is. Some do, but just to note that you have this revenue that's above other cities, but you're not getting local government aid either. So that's not helping you out as much. Our expenditures per capita. So your expenditures per capita, as we would expect, are a little bit more than the average for at least in 21, but not as much as the difference in your revenue. So current expenditures per capita, we'll say capita, not capital, increased to $144 from 2021. And then they were $286 more than other similar cities in the state for 2021. As you can see, administration and public works were kind of the two categories that had the bigger variances compared to other cities in 2021. Couple other quick financial highlights. The financial statements and all the OSA financial reporting form, etc., will be submitted to the state by June 30th. That is the statutory deadline for submitting audit reports, so that deadline will be met. The city also prepares an annual comprehensive financial report that is part of the reason why it's, I think, about 200 pages now probably. There are some of those pieces that the state doesn't require, or that the city is not really required necessarily to put together to get its annual audit done. But the annual comprehensive financial report it's basically what it says. It's a more comprehensive document that cities and other governments can do and submit to the Government Finance Officers Association, which is a national association that reviews that document and awards certificates of excellence in financial reporting to governments that choose to do that. So the city has done that for many years, and that was prepared again and will be submitted again to receive the GFOA certificate. A couple other emerging issues. I mentioned this earlier in my presentation. We had a new standard this year related to leases, and we're going to have another one going forward that might probably actually be a bigger impact or even a little bit more of a lift for the finance department and on the audit side. Is similar to the lease standard, but looking at subscription-based technology arrangements. So any of those, when we think of any sort of software or other IT, type of thing that's a subscription-based and it's more than a year, is now going to be treated differently and going to end up on your financial statements as a potential long-term asset or liability, I should say. You probably don't have many that you'd be leasing to someone else. In this case, it's more you're leasing things from someone. So we're going to have to take a look at those, and these are going to come on the financial statements. I mean, this could be anything from, you think of your finance software to the, building permit software, or, police department probably has certain software, depending on, if it's a subscription based and if it's more than a year. So another kind of thing that we got to really dig into, and that's going to be reported slightly differently starting with fiscal 23, so next year, obviously. Statement number 101, another one that will impact the city a little bit, is there are going to be some changes to the compensated absences liability. And typically in the past, that was more based on if there were, potential future payouts, and just the way it was calculated and looked at was a little bit different. So they're making some changes to how that looks. There'll probably be some slight increases in that liability. I don't anticipate it'll be anything drastic for the city, though, just some small things that you might see, and it might be disclosed, and that will be for fiscal 24. All right, a couple more changes that I just wanted to mention too. The Government Accounting Standards Board, which I've talked about a couple times, seems to always be changing what they think we should do and treat things. The actual audit standards don't change that often, but there's a couple big ones that are changing next year. The first one is pretty minor, but it will require us as auditors to do a little bit more work on any estimates that are in the financials. Mostly documenting a few things. A lot of them we already have a lot of good information from the state pension plans, et cetera. So that one really won't be too much. The bigger one is the second one there, Statement of Auditing Standards 145. There's going to be additional work involved in an audit over the city's basically IT environment. So there will be a fairly significant increase in some of the IT audit considerations that we as auditors are going to be required to do and really look at that whole IT infrastructure. So obviously there'll be more and we've already talked to the finance team about that, and they know that they have to connect with the IT department even more, or the folks in IT. But this might actually add quite a bit to a financial audit and what we're required to kind of look at as part of that process. So just wanting to give you the heads up on that as well. All right, so I come to and that gets me to the end of the presentation. Does anyone have any questions on anything I went over or didn't go over that you maybe have seen in financial statements?
Yeah, questions from council members? Councilmember Jackson?
Well, I just have to say, as I said earlier, satisfying. Not necessarily exciting, but very satisfying, so thank you.
Would you go back to slide 4? I wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah, let's see. I don't have slide.
One of your last slides caused me to think about it. It was material misstatement. And in this one, you talked about internal controls, and you talk about material weakness, and it looks like a defined term. And so when you see that, the use of those two words, you get a little bit anxious. And put it in context for us. What is it? What did you find, and what does it mean?
Yeah,
I know you tried to explain that, but I'd like a little bit more explanation around it.
Yeah.
What do we need to do to make sure we don't have a material weakness in these areas next year?
Yeah, so I think material weakness. It is a technical term in the sense that we calculate a materiality threshold for all your opinion units, all your separate major funds, and your governmental and business type activities. It's based on the total obviously activity of those opinion units. And if we're kind of auditing things and we identify an adjustment that needs to be made that wasn't necessarily caught by that when we got sent the financials and the information obviously had not been adjusted yet. If it is over that threshold, it gets corrected, it gets run through the financials. But because it was sort of identified in the audit process, if it's over a certain threshold, just has to be included as an audit adjustment. And so we did have 3 items related there. Again, one was related to depreciation in some of the capital assets. There was a sales tax payable amount of that January, basically sales tax payable was recorded as a liability. And then we had some unearned revenue. The unearned revenue was related to the federal grants. So I know that was sort of a one-off thing too. That doesn't typically happen. And it was related to the treatment of recognizing those federal grant revenues. So a few of in that regard, that was sort of a unique, not an item that finance department typically deals with. And I think that some of the other things were, as I mentioned, there was some folks were in some new roles. Things were getting reviewed, but I think everyone was just really getting used to everything. And so I think the big thing, and we've had some meetings, I know, with certainly the finance department. Mr. Neal was there as well, and just talked about that. I think some of the folks that were in those roles, there's really a lot coming at them, and they're just still kind of fine-tuning all the different things that when they're reviewing their areas need to be identified. So we had some good conversations about that, and I think that going forward they are definitely, will get that process down. And feel free if. There you go. I don't know why I looked over there. If you wanted to add to that as well.
Manager Neal.
We had really a full discussion, and the finance director and I were part of that as part of the exit interview process with Michelle and her team, and we feel pretty comfortable with it that the concerns are not, I don't want to call them one-offs, but they are related to things that just don't happen here very often and aren't expected to happen again.
And not expected to happen again.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to hear. All right, Ms. Hoffman, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Member Risser, did you have?
Can you just go to slide 7?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so actually this, I can maybe talk to Manager Neal, but police decreased by 1% and fire decreased by 2% for expenditures. It just kind of popped out. We have increases and then we have decreases in those areas, and it sort of caught me by surprise.
And so that is, it's really the makeup of, so
It's related to their share of the total year.
it's not
right?
necessarily saying
So-
the dollar amount decreased, but so fire was 22% of the total cost in 21. It was only 20% in 22.
But
So
that
it-
number could, but the 20% number could be higher than the 22%
Dollar amount certainly could
number.
be higher, right? But this is just looking at the breakdown of where the percentage of general fund expenditures that went to fire, that went to police, that went to, and the percentage of that went to fire was at 2% less in 22 than it was in 21.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good. All right, Ms. Hoffman, thanks for being here. Thanks for
Absolutely.
doing that good work for us. Thorough.
Absolutely.
It's
Thank you so much for
important
having
to our
me.
residents, and it's always good to get a good report.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I want to definitely thank the finance team. I know they, like I said, they had a lot of moving parts this year, a lot of new stuff, and they were a huge help. So it's a lot of work for them, and new audit standards provide even more work for them. So it was definitely, they were a huge help, and definitely want to thank them as well.
Okay, good. And Assistant Finance Director Tao, thanks for being here with us this evening. We'll see you both soon, I'm sure. So thank you for that. That completes the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda this evening. We're going to turn now to reports and recommendations. First matter there is Resolution 2023-41, which would accept donations on behalf of the City of Edina. We need a supermajority to do that. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-41?
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Pierce, to adopt Resolution 2023-41. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2023-41 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. For this reporting period, we had some donations to the Senior Center and Centennial Lakes and for Juneteenth. And for the Senior Center, some food product was donated by Home Instead. Sarah Springmeyer made a cash donation for some general use. David and Martha Williams at Centennial Lakes donated $3,200 for a beautiful bench at the park. And Denny Scholstedt, if you haven't been over there to see the golden retriever and the landscaping and the flowers and the maintenance that are going to be required there, he's put in another $10,000. So thank you to General Scholstedt for that, all in honor and memory of his late wife. And then Juneteenth, we had some nice donations around Juneteenth from Friends of the Edina Library. $1,500 to purchase books for Juneteenth. And then the Rotary Club also helped buy 100 children's books, $609 value. So thanks to all those organizations and people in our community for the donations to the city. Next, we have a report on the continuing work around the fire station number 2. And we've got our chief with us, Andrew Slama tonight, and also our lead architect, Trace Jacques from BKV. And they're going to talk to us a little bit about their continuing work, as I said, on this project, and trying to make sure that we stay as close to budget as possible. And I think we're in a pretty good place, but we'll listen to the presentation and have a council conversation about it and potentially move to approve a budget increase. So, Chief, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for having us this evening. We're going to talk about the Community Health and Safety Center, otherwise known as Fire Station 2, and the budget amendments associated with our current design. We talked the last council meeting, and since then had some individual meeting with council members to kind of brief them on the situation where we're at, the construction costing that we're having our design team and construction managers are going through with the estimates based on our current design. We're going to talk through options that we have, options that we've considered, and what we're recommending this evening. And the last time we came to council, we had a 30% design, and that was a design that we really let the values of the project drive every design decision throughout this, ensuring that every value identified by staff, community members, council, or anyone involved in the project was met within this. And with that, we had construction estimates along the way. So the current slide, I'm going to move this just quickly, shows kind of our trending as we went through here and our overall budget progression. So in June of 2022, we made a bonding request. We were estimating at that time the construction costs that we started getting in early 2022 were going to be $20 million based around the programming that we had in the station. The soft costs, or those design, engineering, the equipment, or the FF&E inside, the furniture, fixtures, and equipment inside the station, would be around $5 million. Estimated cost for the land at that time was about $14 million, and for a project total of $39 million. In 2023, our early design process, we were on track with that construction cost, a little over $19 million. The soft costs started to increase based on that design and getting actual costs, the inflationary pressures that we were starting to identify, and the owner identified contingency that we wanted to make certain that we had for a project this large, ensuring that once we start digging in the ground, we had a contingency for the project to make sure that any unforeseens could be taken care of. That's when we also identified the land purchase cost was more than the $14 million estimated and came in at $15.4. And that project total at that time was $41 million, almost 42. The 30% design package, what we talked about with council and the planning commission, the construction costs estimated for that were $23 million. The soft costs identified about 5.9. That owner identified contingency and the land costs being the same as that early design, and the project total increasing to $46 million. We then went back as a design team to identify what scope reductions, what decisions, design decisions we could make while still embodying the values of the project. We determined the three options, the best, better, and good options, and we'll talk about those this evening. These design options have different construction costs, so that best option with the construction costs, including everything we discussed in the 30% design package. The construction costs reduced with that better staff recommended cuts where we have decisions that still get the look and feel of the building while not sacrificing values for the project. And then the good option, which has scope reductions, where we would determine which values we would want to cut from the projects. The soft costs remain virtually the same throughout, a little reduction in the soft costs of the good just based on design elements. The contingency remaining the same, the land costs the same, and the project totals adjusting based on design decisions. All of these numbers don't include any of the state grants or tax refunds that we have discussed in previous meetings. As we go through each option, and Trace here with BKV is going to highlight the options a little bit more detail here shortly, but that best option was the entire 30% designs, no reductions. All design goals and values were embodied with that design. When we went to the better design, we have some reduction in square footage, a removal of an apparatus bay, dorm rooms, and narrowing of some spaces, but not impacting operations. Staff was comfortable and confident with the decisions for those square footage reductions based on the 3-station model. Other reductions include the solar array size, interior finishes, decisions on interior finishes, apparatus door types, ceiling heights, reducing some of the ceiling heights, which also reduces some of the cubic volume that we have to heat and cool to meet some of those sustainability goals, and some small narrowing of the roadways. When we get to the good options, there's significant square footage reductions. This is where we would determine community space reductions, the collaboration space reductions, narrowing of those living spaces, and narrowing the footprint of the entire building. A large sustainability reduction, the walkability and developmental needs of that property having impact with our footprint and design. Not hitting the roads and vehicle access or glazing requirements of those Southdale design guidelines, which is one of our goals, and reduction of all the architectural features on the outside. The architectural features don't provide the fire department assistance in response, but it does affect the look and the feel of the building. So our recommendation tonight, and we'll talk about that recommendation after Trace's presentation on the architecture, will be that recommendation to allow the character of the station to remain, base this on a 3-station model, and allow for those sustainability initiatives to continue to be pursued and maintain the schedule. We'd ask that you approve the staff recommended design reductions and the budget amendments associated with that design. And I'll just turn it over here to Trace, who's going to talk through the 3 different options. That's probably best over here.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to present. I'm not going to go into any great detail as far as design goes. We're really here more for a macro conversation about what we can afford and what best serves the community with regards to this new consequential, aspirational landmark building. So the better design maintains most of the design elements, as Chief said, that were in the best design. And what does that mean? A stone exterior expression on the building, the types of space, the size and general character of the community-oriented spaces, which was a key component to the design as far as the values viewfinder goes and the aspirational goals of the community as a whole. Just some aerial views working our way around the building. That community room is in the foreground. We call it a concourse section between the 2-story and the 1-story community space. That's considered public space. And then the functional areas of both the fire station, living quarters, the public health on the main level, and then the apparatus space to the left of that. We did do some tweaking with regards to entry expression along 76th Street with the help of some good input over the course of the past few weeks. Made it a little more exposed, a little more visible. Just working our way around the building, the community room still maintains a degree of transparency and a sculpted quality that is something very akin to one of the goals, which was similarity and expression to other municipal buildings, in particular City Hall. And that is a driver for some of the material choice as well. The best is what we're most visibly differentiator is the extra apparatus bay. So I'll quickly spin through these. It looks very similar. We've tried to maintain as much as we could. When we get to, this is a little close-up shot of that west or south entry, public entry. Then we get to the good, and this is programmatically, it pares down as much as possible. We tried to maintain some materiality, but as you can see, the expressiveness of the building lacks, and it isn't really meeting some of that goal. But also we've compromised a lot on site, in particular creating streets that match the district guidelines. This does not. And it will be an interesting conversation when we get to planning to go over various design, how well we meet the guidelines, but this one is definitely deficient. And then just quickly spinning around similar views, just different design. And then at the very end here we have some higher end views of the better staff recommended design, and it just puts it in a little better context a little more realistic representation of the architecture and the atmosphere that it's trying to create. Same views. You notice in these in particular a much more integrated landscape, which was taps into both the sustainability, wellness, and the nature and the value and importance of green space, landscape, etc. But I'll get more into that when we actually present design. So this puts it a little more into context. Looking southeast, looking northeast, you can see the Bower and the Galleria and a little bit of downtown on that upper left there. And that's the final image. So I appreciate the opportunity to just talk about it as a broad brush, and I look forward to the opportunity to talk deeper design specifics and in the future. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jacques.
So Mayor, council members, the decision we're looking for tonight is a critical decision for the project, for schedule, to ensure that we can meet the schedule and hit the timelines for the Planning Commission and furthermore council approval of the project as we go through the design. The decision we make tonight will direct the design team to make those final adjustments so we can prepare for a Planning Commission submittal.
All right, thank you, Chief. And I want to thank both of you for spending time, extra time with all of us to try to go through this situation. I mean, here we've got a chance for a wonderful new, not only a fire station, it serves three purposes. It's got a community presence, it's going to be a gathering place for meetings in our community, and then it serves a public health function, so you've got three functions in the same building. The land costs, you know, they were what they were. It was a market rate situation. It was more expensive by $1.5 million, I think, than we thought it was going to be when we made the estimates. And when we chose not to go into the park for a lot of reasons, including a lot of strong community input, that affected the situation in terms of escalating costs, adding that land component. So then you add inflation and other things, and I think some of my colleagues will want to express their opinions as well, but at least I personally think you got us heading in a good direction here. So other thoughts from council members? Council Member Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You talked about this a little bit, but I would like for you to go into a little bit more detail. When we are making a decision on something as critical as fire services, to use the nomenclature of good, better, best, and for us to be recommending better and not best. So if you could go into what that really means in terms of how we're able to service the community. And I think it is, I know it's related to what you've referenced a couple of times in the 3-station model. So if you could just go through that for the benefit of everyone, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Pierce. When we talk about the good, better, and best, it's the design decisions that we have to kind of continue on path here. And when we started the programming, we had to plan for a worst case scenario. When you start setting a budget for a project this large, you want to make sure that you're setting the project up for success. The station recommendation, there's a 2019 station study and response time study completed, and that recommended a 3-station model, this being Station 2 in the southeast quadrant. And when we started to program this, we had to understand that while that is a recommendation of the project, that we have to plan for a worst case scenario, that it wouldn't be constructed. So that's what was brought forth of that best recommendation, that we know this is Station 2, we'd have a 2-station model and a plan for Station 3. So that's an important decision note as you're pondering this decision, that this recommendation of a better and not best is built on that 3-station model, that a 3rd station is constructed near City Hall that helps us offset the response time maps, spread the load of call volume across multiple stations, which we are confident with that 3-station model that we can continue providing great service to the residents while anticipating future growth and call volume increases.
Yeah, thanks for that question, an important question. Other comments? Member Risser?
Thank you. And when we talk about future growth, one thing I just want to talk about a little bit is the nature of the growth that we have been experiencing here in Edina and the type of buildings. And I know multi-story tall buildings are harder to access, but you do feel comfortable even with that type of growth, the added density, especially in the Southdale area, just kind of, and this is really not fair because I can't say, look into the crystal ball and, but you are feeling pretty good about that. And the other, I'll let you answer and then, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Risser. While we would love to have the crystal ball, we are aware that we don't. We have looked at call volume, annual increases of averaging about 5%. Take out a couple asterisk years of 2020 with COVID and some of the other call volume nuances that take place, but an average call volume increase of about 5%. We're moving from the current station with 1 ambulance to having 3 crews housed out of this station, so kind of instantly increasing this and having capacity within the station. So adding that 3rd station then helps share that load of call volume, and that's why that recommendation is important to note that it's based on that 3-station model, knowing that we can anticipate call volume growing throughout the city with different developments, and that we can share that load across all 3 stations.
Okay. This is a commitment to the 3-station model.
Yes, with this better recommendation.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Risser. Excuse me. Member Jackson. Thank you, Member Risser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to go into a little bit of...
way to go on the agenda, too. I'm already starting to fade out here.
But there were some concerns that we talked about in our small meeting. I just want to raise them so the public feels comfortable with this. The first is the losing that 4th bay. And you explained to us that, A, you can double up on the 3, so instead of 3, we would have 6. And then also in the future that same space could easily be converted to a 4th bay. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct, Councilmember Jackson. We have, on this design, we have 4 bays. The 3 bays that will be drive-through bays, they're actually all drive-through bays. That makes us the most efficient to come in the back of the station, go out the front. There's no backing. Similar to Station 1 currently. Now, if call volume were to increase more than we could anticipate, we can instantly turn these out of drive in and drive out of both sides, doubling the apparatus bay space. So that in itself has the ability for growth. The facility, the workout facility on the east end of the structure is also designed in a way that if call volume grew outside of parameters that we would be expecting, that can easily be converted into a 5th bay onto the fire station. We'd have to accommodate the fitness area in another part of the station or remodel a part of the station to be able to accommodate that. But that is built in such a way with an actual apparatus door in the back that we would just add it on the front, make some tweaks to add a 5th bay if that unforeseen, the crystal ball that we don't have and wish we did in years in the future, that we could still accommodate that.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. And then with the footprint of the yard and the I want to say streets, I guess, around it, that one of the things that we talked about maintaining is that training space, so that outdoor training yard will be sufficient for the EMTs and firemen to do their training on site. That's correct, right?
Yes, the current, with the better recommendation, one of the items that we've talked about is not having operations drive decisions in this. Operations won't be impacted, and training is an important piece of that. To have training on site, so staff are in position but still able to accommodate shift training, and that training can still take place with that apparatus apron on the back side of the building or the south side, and the training tower that you can see, which is a large visible presence, kind of that cornerstone of the building.
Terrific, thank you. And then we talked some about ceiling height, and that came down both to lower costs as well as operating costs, because it will take less energy to warm that space now. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
And then the last thing is the concourse between the meeting room and the other parts of the building, that's going to remain a fairly wide space. So if, for instance, it became a polling place, you could have tables for voters to register outside and everything. And that concourse space is not going to be shrunk. Is that correct?
I think in this current design, what we want to do once we have the direction is bringing the entire design piece as we come through the planning commission process to speak to all those individual pieces, the actual floor plans, and the true footprint of this. What we're looking for this evening is kind of that general direction of we are on the right path to make sure that it doesn't hold up a process in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that public space, the usability of it rather than being a hallway was important for me anyways. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jackson.
Chief, I think for all of us, when we met with you and Trace Jacques about this fire station number 2, we were concerned about the very issues everybody's talked about here. Function number 1, both present need and anticipated or foreseeable future need. The bay question got covered well, I think, and you responded well to that because we all had a concern about that. The training capacity, being able to do that on site, and then of course design and materials, which are important to us, so that we keep doing things what we think is the right way, the Edina way to do it. And so as between function, design, and materials, I think the better one captures that quite well. And so I'm going to turn to my colleagues now and ask if someone would care to make a motion to approve the budget increase for the Community Health and Safety Center, which is known as Fire Station number 2, consistent with the staff recommendation of the better choice for that budget increase.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Member Pierce, second by Member Jackson to the motion as stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am here as a follow-up to our public hearing at our last meeting regarding, pardon me? Okay. Regarding ordinance number 2023-08. This would be the first reading. We held the public hearing. Better Together Edina is open until July 10th. So we have received one comment from a resident who's in favor of this ordinance, but that wasn't included in your packet because the final decision, there'll be a second reading on July 18th, at which time I'll be asking for a decision regarding this ordinance. So this is to create an housing improvement area for the Edina West Condominium Association. And I've not done first reading before, so I don't know what else is required.
All right. Questions for Ms. Hawkinson? All right. Any other staff people want to comment here? I saw her looking at you, Director Teague, and I'm thinking, I don't see your name
Yep, motion
as
would
a
just
contributor
be
here.
for
But
first reading of the ordinance amendment.
yeah, understood. All right. Thoughts from council members about this notion of this being our potentially first HIA endeavor? Yes, Member Agnew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that this is such an interesting concept for us to be considering when there is something in our system that isn't quite working today, right? That they're unable to get these loans from the banks, and that we need to really potentially partner with them in, I think, a new, unique way. I think it's really nice that we have this opportunity. So that's kind of my initial reflection, and it's fun to be making a step forward to seeing what can we learn and how can we iterate on this, as it might be something that continues to come up in the future. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Member Jackson has a few thoughts.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I thought the discussion that we had at our last city council meeting was very helpful. I had a number of questions about the financing and how it would work and the length of the loan, and I think we covered all of that. And I want to have a special comment to the members of the Homeowners Association who stood up and spoke, because they raised or they answered a lot of issues that we didn't even ask, but that I know community members were concerned about. You know, have they tried everything? How did the loan work? And the question of, have other communities done this? And that was really important to hear, that one of the board members had done this 17 times as a professional, and that was and seen it successful, and that was really convincing for me. So I think this is a great opportunity to save some really nice homes in our city that are well loved and well maintained, and that this is just, they can't go any further on their own. And that was the overwhelming message that I took from our public hearing. So I'll be supporting this.
Member Risser.
My only comment is, this is a problem that condominiums have, getting financing, and other communities have been doing it. There's this legislation that came into effect in 1996, is that right? And we haven't done anything with it, I believe that's so. But I would like Edina to look a little bit, and I wouldn't mind doing some research on this to see if we could get some sort of action on the federal level, because this just seems like it's not a great situation. So,
or even state level.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Member Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did ask the question of how many NOAA homes there are. I don't know if you have the answer for that tonight.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, so Mayor, council members, Metropolitan Council defines ownership housing as being affordable if it has a value of $304,700. So when looking at, I did initial where I looked at one building that seemed representative of all four, and the values range from $159,000 to $285,000. So that building was 100% deemed within the affordable range. There was one building, the fourth building, that had, of the petitioners, there were 6 or 4% of the condominiums with assessed values greater than 304. So only 6.
Awesome, thank you. I asked that question before because as we are trying to continue our progress on affordable housing, being able to preserve housing that you have, and in this case, being able to do so without using TIF and other methods of financing, I thought, right, is great. Like we should be doing this times 10 if we can. And so I wanted the community to understand just how many homes there were there that met that standard. So thank you for that, and I will be supporting.
Thank you. When we first heard about this, I was thinking about the, I don't know if balancing would be the right term, but the concerns I had about use of these funds and an HIA and how it might impact our credit rating, you know. But as we've gone through this process, I'm thinking that when I think about how to weigh this, if you will, that the notion of being able to help some of our good tax-paying residents who have shown to us that they've made a more than valiant effort to make all kinds of improvements themselves, and have spent, I think, well in excess of $5 million, as I recall. And to come to us and say, not necessarily the lender of last resort, but you know, maybe, and some really worthwhile projects that they need to have done out there. that increase the value of not only their property, but improve the value of property in our town, and still have it in this category that Member Pierce is talking about in some part. And it just seemed to me that I got more and more comfortable as we went through this process of thinking, yeah, let's make this investment. Let's use the general obligation borrowing authority of the city of Edina to step up in this particular circumstance. And I'm not saying we do this all the time with every condominium association that comes in front of us, because I think they're intensely fact-specific. And so I want to look carefully at every fact pattern to see if it makes sense. But in this case, I'm really satisfied with what we've seen and heard, and really think we ought to step up here and improve these properties in this condominium development, which is beautiful in its natural setting, by the way, really impressive. As I drove in there, as we were talking about affordable housing down the road, and I went over to look at that side, I thought, oh, I'm going over to Edina West and drive around a little bit. So I drove around in there, and a gorgeous setting. So I'm all in too. It's a long, windy way of saying I'm all in. I got to a good spot, so it sounds like we're all on board here. So is there a motion to adopt ordinance 2023-08 on a first reading basis and approving Chapter 35 of the Edina City Code, establishing the Edina West Housing Improvement Area, as I say, on a first reading basis?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Member here, second by Member Jackson, to adopt a motion as stated on a first reading basis. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for your patience tonight. As we're about two-thirds of the way there. All right. The next matter we have in front of us involves general obligation bonds. We borrow money from time to time to complete projects in our community, and this is Resolution 2023-42. Scott Neal, our city manager, has the introduction, and Nick Anhut has a presentation on these bonds. So, Manager Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Earlier this morning, we went through a general obligation bond sale, $11.4 million of general obligation bonds. The sale of those bonds is tentative and conditioned upon the council's acceptance of the terms and an affirmative vote for the council tonight. 1.2 million of that goes to the Morningside C road construction projects, and 10.1 goes to a number of different sanitary sewer projects, most notably lift station number 6 and number 3, and then some utility work on Brook Drive. We have with us here tonight Nick Anhut. Nick is our financial advisor from Ehlers & Associates, and he can give us the results of this morning's bond sale.
Thank you for the introduction.
Welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Nick Anhut from Ehlers, happy to be here.
We're really encouraged by the fact you got all dressed up to come and tell us what the borrowing rate,
I'm following all those discussions.
The anticipation is unbelievable.
Appreciate the opportunity, and I'll look to your facial expressions to see how quickly I should proceed. But,
all right. Yeah, keep an eye on all of us.
I'll breeze through the first part. Manager Neal already discussed the purpose of the bonds and how they were allocated. But first, I'll say congratulations. The city once again has defended its turf and been awarded a AAA credit rating from both Moody's and Standard & Poor's. Both of those have been in place for 20 years at this point. So congratulations. That credit rating represents the top or the very highest rating that is awarded to not only municipalities, but even businesses, sovereign nations. When they want to borrow, they also obtain a credit rating, and this places Edina at the top of that peak. Going into a little bit of detail on their evaluations, you'll hear some remarks that are consistent among the two of them, but notably, key credit strengths, or the reason why Edina is in this position. First and foremost, you represent a very large, robust, and strong tax base, and then that tax base continues to grow as redevelopment and other opportunities go along. That provides some additional flexibility in a financial position that can solve problems, if you will, and create that flexibility. On top of that, your management as well as budgetary practices adopted by the council continue to have result in stable finances, not only in terms of the general fund, but across all of the different enterprises that the city operates in. And that results in an ample amount of reserves and liquidity that can provide a source of strength if there was a crunch, or maybe an example of that would be when the pandemic hit and there was some uncertainty about whether or not be able to maintain operations throughout that. Having those reserves and that liquidity provides a creditor or a bondholder with some security and understanding that the city is going to be able to maintain debt service payments on time without being interrupted, as well as maintain operations throughout those disruptions. And the last is a relative low fixed cost. So as you do adopt your budgets, things like debt service payments, pension obligations, and some of the annual costs associated with those are relatively low as a percentage basis in terms of the overall scope of the budget of the city. One of the challenges that have been mentioned is what they call a leverage position, or essentially when you look at the overall liability that's associated with pensions as well as debt obligations, and you compare that in terms of your annual revenues, they view that as a moderate position. So again, not necessarily a weak position, but it is moderate relative to other AAA peers throughout the country. S&P says many of the very same things. Consistently stable financial operations, large and diverse economy that's represented not only here, but they also evaluate the metro area as a whole and view that as a positive factor for the city. A sophisticated and knowledgeable management team that's lifted straight from their report, under quote. And then again, those strong financial position in terms of your reserves and liquidity levels across all of the city's funds. And again, maybe the one more on their evaluation is they view the city's debt profile as adequate or middle of the road, similar to that moderate that Moody's gave. Again, this is relative to other AAA peers, and I will mention that in both S&P and Moody's evaluation, staff did discuss the future debt plans of the city as it relates to the sales tax authorization that has taken place, the fire station project, and your ongoing infrastructure needs. And all of those are essentially baked into the equation. They're all evaluated every time we go out and get into rating evaluation. And even with those future plans, these rating agencies saw fit to affirm the AAA of the city of Edina. Now, all that said, that AAA rating helps us go obtain the lowest potential interest rates that we can obtain in the marketplace, and a strong, healthy bidding environment. And so there were 6 different broker-dealer firms that bid on the purchase of this series of bonds, all of whom bid within 0.08 percentage points of one another as far as what the true interest rate is. But the low bid came from Piper Sandler, here out of the Twin Cities, at a 3.0034 indicated rate. The high bid at BOK at, again, 3.08. So all 6 of those bids represented within 0.08 percentage points, which is an extremely tight spread amongst all of those bids. There was not one that thought the bond should be priced at a higher level that seemed like an outlier. All of them were fairly consistent, fairly in line with the marketplace, and really it indicates a consensus, if you will, that this is the appropriate pricing for the city of Edina's bonds and what bondholders would expect as a return on their investment in purchasing these bonds. With the proposal from Piper Sandler, the final principal amount will be adjusted down to $10.27 million. This will still deliver all of the funding that we anticipated, but it does reflect 2 different movements. One, that there was a net premium within their bid of $1.1 million. That premium, if we don't do anything to the size of the bond, means that you'll have an extra $1 million sitting around to be used on other projects. Since we don't need those in the immediate time frame, we're adjusting the principal amount to reduce the overall borrowing so that we'll still be able to fund our projects, but not have to sit on those extra proceeds that are accruing interest that aren't necessarily going to be used in the short-term period. This will still, again, deliver the $11.135 million in net proceeds that are necessary for the different projects that we mentioned. And when we made that adjustment, it did adjust the true interest cost calculation slightly because we're changing the denominator, a smaller borrowing amount, but it's less than a fraction of a hundredth of a percentage. But so the final overall true interest cost on these bonds will be 3.0124. Which is a very favorable rate. We actually were able to look at about 6 other transactions here in Minnesota, specifically, many of them AAA as well, and this pricing really was the best out of any of those other municipalities. So a very good result, something that certainly the reputation as well as the credit rating of the city certainly came to par to deliver on these low rates. So standing for any questions, I'll conclude my remarks, but the request of the council this evening is to consider a resolution to authorize the issuance of the sale of an adjusted amount at $10,270 million general obligation bonds series 2023A. This resolution was prepared and updated today to reflect the low bid from Piper Sandler by your attorneys at Dorsey & Whitney. And it will establish the final sizing, the repayment schedules, and it will allow for a closing to be scheduled for July 13th, which is when Piper Sandler would wire the funds into the city's accounts so that they can be utilized for the various projects that are underway at the city. So, happy to address any questions, but we're certainly recommend the council move forward, and congratulations on these great results.
I hope the expressions on our faces didn't alarm you in any way. And it was a very thorough presentation, so I'm going to ask council members if they have any questions or comments. And I think it'd be good if you left that resolution up on the screen, because at some point in time I'll ask if that's going to be entertained. So, Member Jackson.
Yeah, just very briefly. So the $1.something million that we have from a previous bond issue, what's the interest rate on that amount? Do you know? Or how does it, can you kind of walk me through how that works? We have proceeds from previous bonds that haven't been spent.
There are proceeds that are left over from previous projects. They have been allocated directly to pay for project costs, so they were not going to be included within this bond issuance. So we had already adjusted the cost of the projects, if you will, to reflect that those were going to be spent first and out the door, and then we're borrowing for only the remainder.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Others? All right. Thanks again for all your continuing good work on public finance for our community. So is there a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance, awarding, sale, prescribing the form and details, and providing for the payment of $10,270,000 in general obligation bonds, Series 2023A, and award the purchase of those bonds to Piper Sandler and Company?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Member Jackson, second by Member Agnew. The motion is stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The resolution is adopted. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Now we're switching over to the environment. Got some good finance work done. We're getting a lot of good things done tonight. Grace Hancock, our sustainability manager, is here with us to talk about a potential ordinance approval, which is actually a potential amendment of an existing ordinance.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Thanks for having me tonight. With me this evening is Bridget Ratzak from WSB. WSB helped facilitate this ordinance amendment process with staff. So Bridget is available for any questions that the Council may have after my presentation. So I do have a short presentation tonight to open this Ordinance 2023-06 consideration to amend City Code to include provisions regulating solar energy systems and electric vehicle supply equipment in Edina. Last time I walked us through the amendment proposal point by point. Tonight I'll briefly touch on some of the Council questions that arose during the public hearing, and I'll also share some images and other context to the discussion you received in the staff report in your packet. So first, coming back to the code amendment purpose, the city has goals to increase electric vehicles and renewable energy systems used in Edina. An updated code helps the process be more understandable to everyone involved, be it residents, developers, staff, commissions, or council. And this code amendment proposal is really about making way for these technologies to flourish in Edina. It helps us lay a solid foundation. There's always more to do, as you note in the staff commitments included in the staff report. So tonight, I'm asking you to accept this second reading of the ordinance and approve it effective immediately. So here are the 6 questions that staff investigated after the June 6th public hearing. And I'm going to briefly share some images and additional comments to supplement what you received in your packet for each of these. So the first one, can residents living in R1 or R2 install a solar energy system on a carport structure at home? And they can, which is great. Carports are not common in Edina, but if a resident wanted to build one, they could, and it would be considered an accessory structure meant to shelter a vehicle with rooftop solar on top. So on the right here, we see kind of a classic carport with solar added, and even something like this pergola on the left could host rooftop solar, but would be treated as an accessory structure first, used for solar collection second. So second question, should ground-mounted solar energy systems be allowed in R1 or R2? So I talked with a few solar installers in Edina, and all agreed that ground-mounted solar energy systems are uncommon in the Twin Cities metro, largely for a few reasons. First, because of the cost differential between ground-mounted solar at this small scale versus rooftop solar on someone's home. Second, the aesthetics, and then third, the loss of the green space that a resident might really value around their home. So keeping that in mind, I did look up a few photos online. These are not from the Twin Cities, but this gives you an idea of how ground-mounted solar might look on a home lot. The proposal before you tonight does not recommend that ground mount be allowed in R1 or R2, but if a resident wished to pursue it, they could by seeking a variance. So third, how are wind energy systems addressed in current city code? The city added a reference to wind energy in 2018 to the code, but in the last 5 years, the city has not received any requests, formal or informal, to implement a wind energy project in Edina. So right now, a wind energy system could be added, but the code isn't clear where or what type of system could be allowed. The code does state that, and which you can read here, that any wind energy system must maintain the same setbacks as the principal building or structure and are not allowed in the front yard. So right now, these wind turbines in the images, which you can see are from Eden Prairie and from Cottage Grove, would not be allowed in Edina because they're in the front yard, so to speak, of these buildings. So because of this ambiguity, staff commits at a later date to come back with a code amendment that adds a basic definition of what a wind energy system is and would be considered as in Edina, and a set of regulations around how those collection systems should be allowed. But while we're on the topic, I have a few other pictures just to get your juices flowing. So this example is from Bloomington, Minnesota, and you can notice in the top right area of that rooftop, there are 2 white helix-shaped wind turbines on its roof. And then finally, one more urban example. This is a parking ramp in Chicago, and note that at the corner of the parking ramp, that white from the ground to the top of the ramp, wind energy collection system. So there are a lot of innovative ways that this could be done, and these are the kinds of projects that we'll consider as we look toward code amendments. So next question, how does fire safety relate to electric vehicle supply equipment location and the number cited together? This is discussed in your staff report, but staff reviewed fire risk from a few different perspectives. 1, the source of the fire risk. 2, the rate of that fire risk, and 3, that type of fire risk. And we took this information together to agree on a cap of adjacent electric vehicle chargers. So a cap would be unique in Edina, but we do think it's the safest way to proceed until the National Fire Protection Code develops its own guidance. This bottom image gives you an idea of what a cluster of EV charging stations might look like. This example is in Europe. And then the top image just reiterates the statistics cited in your staff report showing that while the rate of risk is quite low for electric car fires related to other kinds of vehicles, the type of fire risk does mean that staff recommends a cautious approach to how many of these are cited together. Next question, would a solar-powered EV charging station be allowed with this amendment? And the answer is yes, and I include two examples here, one for a more commercial area on the left, so that's the St. Louis Park Costco. You can see there are solar panels above the vehicles, and then the vehicles can plug into an EV charger. And then also at home, residents could take advantage of this allowance for rooftop solar on their detached garage or carport that could connect right up to their EV charger, which you can see illustrated here. And then lastly, could there be a relationship between parking reduction incentives and installation of electric vehicle supply equipment? The city has work underway right now at the commission and at staff levels that will include exploration of this topic. The council can expect to hear from the commissions later this year, and the federal grant application referenced here for the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant will be submitted next month in July, so we expect to hear from that in the fall and determine next steps on implementation there. So to wrap us up, as noted in the staff report, this ordinance amendment proposal lays a foundation of guidance for solar and EV projects in Edina, but there's more to do. So staff does commit to these efforts in relation to this ordinance amendment proposal and taking it to the next level. So tonight, staff recommendation is that you accept the second reading of the ordinance and approve it for immediate effect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Manager Hancock. Questions? Yes. Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So very briefly, no changes to the ordinance. You put new things to work on in the future.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Member Jackson, you care to move the matter? Motion to approve the ordinance 2023-06, amending Chapter 36 of the Edina City Code concerning solar energy systems and electric vehicle supply infrastructure, and grant second reading.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Member Pierce seconds the motion of Member Jackson. Any further discussion regarding the motion as stated?
Yeah, I have just one thing to add.
Member Agnew.
So when we discussed this last time, I expressed my interest in keeping in the parking component to that, which was the last component that Ms. Hancock presented to us tonight. And I am disappointed that I feel like we have an opportunity in front of us tonight to enact something that will include parking reductions as a part of this overall sustainability strategy. And I guess I would say I'm disappointed that it's not in the version that we're considering right now. And yes, I know that there's a ton of work going on at the Planning Commission level in cooperation with other commissions, but I know how long some of these processes take, and I don't know when we'll actually be looking at another opportunity in front of us to start to move the needle on really our overinvestment into space allocated towards parking vehicles in this community. So I think that given that this is in particular a ordinance that's really geared towards driving sustainable initiatives, it's important for us to think about all the levers that are included as a part of that. And I think given that it was initially in the ordinance, I really would have liked to have seen it remain.
So are you proposing that as an amendment or to the motion as made, or?
Can I?
Or are you just expressing an opinion, a hopeful sort of thought?
That's a good question, and I guess part of me is like, we can go through the motions. I'm curious what other folks think of it.
I was just going to say, let's hear from other council members, and Councilmember Pierce is ready to comment, I think.
Not quite. I was going to ask Grace to give her feedback on why our thoughts on why it's removed and how we might move forward with it.
Yeah, thank you, Member Pierce. Most of my thoughts are in the staff report in front of you, but the main points that I'll reiterate are, one, reducing parking when EV chargers are added does not reduce the number of vehicles traveling to a site. So that is a concern from staff. When other parking reduction allowances do, in theory, reduce number of vehicles coming to the site, because those parking reductions are made allowable for public transit, for bicycle infrastructure, and for walking infrastructure. The other point that staff continues to explore is how to avoid making these two sustainable transit options, shared and active transportation versus personal electric vehicles, avoiding competition between these two. A community that, a concern from staff that we need to keep working on is that allowing electric vehicles as a parking reduction strategy would come at the expense of sidewalks and public transportation and bicycle infrastructure. And so with that concern in mind, that's why the safe routes and safe streets and roads for all grant application is so important, because this allows us space to look at a holistic transportation plan for the city and say, how can we make these different modes work together rather than against each other? So for those two key reasons, that's why staff ultimately agrees with the Planning Commission that this is not the right avenue to look toward parking reductions for electric vehicles.
And thank you for adding that additional context. I struggle with saying agree with the Planning Commission, because the Planning Commission did vote 4-4 on it. And I know that there was a lot of, I think, really good discussion about that. The thing that's going to reduce vehicle miles traveled is reducing parking. And so one of the ways to do that is to reduce parking. And so I think that it goes back to the chicken and the egg concept of, if we continue to build tons and tons of parking, making things farther apart from each other, then we increase the need for people to drive site to site to site, which increases our need for additional parking. And so the way that we start to unravel that is reduce the amount of parking that we have, which can allow things to be more tightly coupled together, which enables alternative modes of transportation. And so I do get that, and this is why it's on the Planning Commission agenda or work plan as it is it's complex. Mm-hmm. And there are so many different factors to it. And so when I have an opportunity in front of us to potentially include it in here, I don't want to just say, like, well, we need to figure out the entirety of the picture before we can start to chip away at even some of it. Because at the end of the day, like, we're not talking about eliminating parking minimums within the city of Edina, right? Like, we're saying, hey, if you're including something that we want to see more of in our community, we can also give you the opportunity to reduce your parking footprint. So that's why I do think it's really important.
And I do want to pause and ask Bridget, if you have a comment on this as well.
I just had a quick comment, and this.
Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Thank you. Yes. Hi, Bridget Ratzak with WSB. Thanks for having me. I was just thinking about that, and with EV infrastructure, when you do put that in, it tends to take up more space in a parking lot, or parking structure or ramp. So just something to consider, because it will potentially require the loss of a few parking spaces, in particular with ADA accessibility requirements. And making sure that's on the right slope and things like that. So it could have a bit of an impact to reduce parking, not directly as you're mentioning, but just something to consider for business owners and the like in your processing here. So just wanted to mention that. I've seen a few examples of that in different cities.
Member Risser has a thought or two.
Do we have the language that we're approving? Is there a slide with that on there that shows this?
You have the full ordinance in your packet. I do not have the full ordinance in the, well.
Oh, it's in, okay. All right. I'm just thinking in terms of people watching at home, it'd be nice if they saw what we were voting on. But we're granting a second reading, so there'll be time for them to look at it, but, so maybe.
There you go. I like personally your notion of the holistic approach. I was sitting here thinking about some of the comments that have been made and the passion around that parking issue that Member Agnew has. But when I was in a call a few weeks ago, when you think about the most effective way to get people out of the single occupant vehicle, and vehicle miles traveled are way up since the pandemic. Twin Cities is one of the places where that has happened in a most significant way. Vehicle miles traveled up, distance of single occupant vehicle trips are up. The competition for the single occupant vehicle is transit. Not, to me, not the lack of parking availability, it's transit. So transit's got to be effective in being able to compete and show what its advantages are over time. Now, parking may eventually prove to be an ancillary sort of issue, at least in my mind. But I feel like we got to build out an effective transit system, and that is a greenhouse gas reducer too. That's the most effective way, because transportation, as we all know, is the biggest producer of greenhouse gases. So what do we do to reduce that? Well, 20 people on a bus better than 20 people in a single occupant vehicle, each driving a single occupant vehicle. So I tend to just stick with the recommendation that you're making and stay the course for now, but keep alert on all these other things and forge forward as you're working on these, as you described, including this parking notion. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you.
That cause any thoughts, further thoughts, Member Agnew, from you? I know that you feel strongly about this, and we're all sensitive to that.
No, I totally get it. I appreciate it. And given this would be my first time proposing an amendment to something in front of us, I feel like I at least want to take a swing at it. So I'm going to move that we amend the motion currently being considered to include the original language related to a parking reduction. I do believe it was in one of the slides that we had on the screen for the exact language, but the language that was included in our initial reading.
We do have an open motion.
Isn't that when we're supposed to amend it?
Actually, we haven't acted on the original motion.
A word question, right? Okay.
Yeah. So, but you can still amend. And that's your intention here and I'm looking for the language myself. And the staff, I thought maybe it was in
I do have it on the
Grace's staff
screen.
report.
Jen, can you put
It was on the screen.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. So so we'll take up first we would need a second on the proposed amendment, which would add this language that's highlighted on the screen to the ordinance, proposed ordinance. And if we don't have a second, it'll fail for lack of a second. So either we can second it and take it up for discussion, or we can see if it has a second. So let's go there first. Is there a second to Member Agnew's motion?
I'll second.
All right, we're in discussion. Discussion.
Well, I'll kick it off. One of the things that we've seen in the discussion, so, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Is that developers are putting in the ability to put in electric chargers, but they're not actually including the chargers. And I think this is an incentive, if I read it correctly, to actually build the chargers. And I think that will get people using it more quickly if there are actual chargers in these new buildings starting to be built. Am I reading that correctly? This would serve as an incentive?
Yes, they could reduce the amount of parking that they'd otherwise be required to build if they agree to install electric vehicle chargers.
Yeah, so I think that has some merit.
Member Pierce?
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do think that this seems harmless, if I use that term. But I don't sense that we're sure that this would have the intended consequence sitting here tonight. And so I know where Member Agnew is coming from if we say, well, we'll go study it and come back with more clarity so that we have a more informed position. Like, that seems to me what we really should be doing. But the purpose of kind of moving forward with action, right, I get that as well. And so I guess my question would be, is there an expedited way for us to really have a little bit of an analysis so that we understand what the consequences might be of having this be part of the ordinance before we agree to add it?
Manager Hancock?
Yeah, the primary consequence could be that a developer could elect, so the result would be parking reduction, which is a good thing for climate. We do want fewer vehicle miles traveled. It is rapidly becoming the largest greenhouse gas emitter. The concern from staff is that a developer would choose one of the parking reduction strategies, and they likely choose the lowest cost option. And so this puts electric vehicles, which is a single occupancy, personally owned vehicle, in competition with shared mobility options like sidewalks, like bike facilities, like better public transit infrastructure like bus stops and that kind of thing. So that is the caution from staff, that's the potential harm, that we lose out on these more public goods, more shared transportation options by allowing electric vehicle charging infrastructure as one of those alternatives.
Any follow-on?
Yeah, I guess my point is, it's difficult for me to know if that's bad or not. Just sitting here today, I'm kind of neutral on it. And I mean, it's something I would vote for, but I'm just saying I'm neutral on it. And I don't really like that. Taking a position on something and I'm 6 of one, half dozen of the other. that doesn't seem like a strong position to be taking a vote for me personally. And so I don't know, I may just abstain from it because I'm really neutral on it. I don't know. I'm not helping, but those are my thoughts.
Yeah, Member Usher.
I am trying, I did listen to the Planning Commission and that split 4-4 vote, and I know that one issue that has not come up is the issue of equity and people being very concerned that EVs are vehicles that people who have wealth purchase, and you're prioritizing those vehicles over vehicles belonging to other people. And that's an issue. The other issue is reducing parking is really very, very important, and I do have that book. There's many books on reducing parking that I am reading through, but I feel like at this particular juncture, we would be voting and maybe not being informed, and I do like to prepare for making a decision, and I'm wondering if we could move forward, but is there any way, to put, because this is all about having a second reading, and we don't want to muddy that up. I was going to say version 1 and version 2 or something like that, but that would be sort of ridiculous. But could we prioritize coming back to this? Just separating it? I think it has merit, but at this moment, I feel like we're not prepared to amend.
Thank you, Member Risser. Member Jackson, did you finish up your thoughts on this? We know where Member Agnew stands. I think Member Risser and I are saying the same thing in a different way. I just feel like, I think that I don't have enough comfort in the percentages and the allocations here to know whether this is a good idea or not. Conceptually, I like the idea of encouraging EV usage, but I don't know if this is the right pathway for me right now. I'm not going to support the proposed amendment.
But I do think the conversation has merit.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm saying the same thing. The way this is, the way we're looking at it tonight, I'm 6 of one, half dozen of the other, which actually the Planning Commission is too. And a 50-50 is the same thing. But it has merit, but I'm not sure what to do with it to ensure that we do the rest of the work in an expeditious way to have an informed opinion that will get the result that we want. And so that's the thing I'm struggling with. I'm not sure what that approach would be.
Member Risser.
Okay, but
let's have
go ahead.
The comment I would offer is that on the one hand, this is a constant challenge, right? Do we chip away or do we go big picture? And we do have 2 robust big picture efforts related to transportation that includes parking underway, both from our resident commissions and from staff. And the staff opportunity is a big one, right? We're seeking this federal grant to sync up our different transportation plans. I would offer that as another risk to making this amendment, is that we have 2 other tracks that are looking at this in context. And to your point about lacking information, lacking comfort with these specifics, I believe that council would be presented with a better decision to be made via those 2 vehicles than you are tonight with this additional language.
Member Jackson. Member Risser, go ahead.
What are we doing here tonight, though? Because if we did just add this language in, what we're doing is advancing a second reading, and then it's going to be published, so it'll come back for a final decision, right?
This is it.
This is it? Oh,
On
okay,
second
I'm reading it.
This is it.
Okay.
First reading, you would be right. Second
Okay.
reading, no.
I think I was thrown because, thank you, it's late. Yeah, okay.
Member Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think we had a really good discussion. Member Agnew, would you mind withdrawing your motion, or do you want to have a vote on it? Because I'm convinced by our sustainability manager that there are much better things coming, and I'm leaning that way. So it's up to you.
You got a motion and a second, might as well vote on it.
Yeah, let's might as well vote. I mean, I think that it's a 5% reduction. I don't think we're saying cut parking in half. I think that they would still have to do a transportation management plan holistically, and so I don't think that we're at risk of them not including sidewalks because they've included a couple of EV chargers. And so it's one of those things where I think it's small enough that we could do it. I don't think that there would be a harm in doing it. And I'm excited at the very least to know that we have other things in the works, but I don't think that approving this would prevent any of those things from progressing either.
Thank you. All right. Is there, any other comment? We can, all right. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment to the main motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion to amend fails. Now back to the main motion. And that was a motion to approve ordinance 2023-06, amending Chapter 36 of the Edina City Code concerning solar energy systems and electric vehicle supply infrastructure, and grant second reading. We had a motion and a second on that one. Any further discussion on the main motion? All those in favor of adoption of the main motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. All right. Thanks for that good discussion. And we're now intrigued with the new pathways, the other pathways, the alternative pathways to the kind of success that Member Agnew wants us to have. And we all do. All right. Now we got one other matter with you. Manager Hancock.
This is the same item.
This is a summary publication.
Right.
Yeah. We got to publish this thing, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you don't even need to say anything, I don't think.
Nope.
Other than say, I'd like to have you approve summary publication.
I would like you to approve summary publication. Yes, thank you.
So moved.
Is there a motion to do what Manager Hancock wants us to do? To approve the summary publication for ordinance 2023-06, and Member Agnew moves it.
Second.
Member Pierce seconds the motion to approve summary publication for ordinance 2023-06, amending Chapter 36 of the Edina City Code concerning solar energy and electric vehicle infrastructure. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're back to Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item G is the approval by the City Council of a special law that was passed in this past legislative session, the 2023 legislative session. This was the request. The state legislature and the governor approved this new special law at the city's request. When the legislature adopts a special law for a particular city, the next step in that process is for the city to accept that, to approve that action of the legislature. And you do that through the adoption of a specifically worded resolution and then the execution of a certificate document that was included in the packet as well. So that's our request to you tonight. This is the next step in approving the ultimate referendum on this sales tax spending plan change.
All right.
Happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions for Manager Neal? Thoughts? All right. It's a good idea to get this in front of the voters this year, I think, and figure out what then we've got a holistic sort of way to approach everything. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-44 approving Minnesota session laws for 2023, Chapter 64, Article 10, Section 17, allowing the city to revise its spending plan for the sales and use taxes authorized by Edina voters on November 8, 2022, subject to the majority of Edina voters approving the proposed revised spending plan in a public referendum to be scheduled at a future general election deemed to be this fall of 2023.
That aspect of it, you will make that decision at your council meeting in July.
All right. Forget about the deemed to be fall of 2023 part. I don't want to reread that whole thing.
I understand.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by Member Agnew, second by Member Jackson, to adopt the motion as stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. All right, and then back to Director Milner.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. At the last City Council meeting, you conducted a public hearing for Resolution 2023-39 approving a right-of-way easement vacation at 4660 West 77th Street. We received no comments on Better Together Edina. I would recommend approval of that resolution tonight.
Questions for Director Milner on this matter? Yeah, I think it's a real clean matter. Thanks. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-39 approving the right-of-way easement vacation at 4660 West 77th Street?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the motion as stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then we have back to Manager Neal with regard to the proposed submission of a project to the State of Minnesota capital bonding bill process. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is a process that is managed by the MMB, Minnesota Management and Budget Office, for the bonding bills on an annual basis. So we are looking at the 2024 state bonding bill. The deadline to submit a project to be considered in that bonding bill was Friday. We did not sync up very well with your schedule and that project schedule. So we have submitted that project as a placeholder, and we're coming to you tonight to look for your approval of the project. This is a project that we have discussed previously with the City Council that Director Milner has given a couple of different updates on, and he's got one tonight that he wants to share, kind of the newest version of what this may look like.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I think it's a good time for an update on the Highway 100, the interchange improvements at Vernon Avenue and 50th Street, right outside the front door here. So we developed these project goals. I won't go through all of these, but they come right from the guiding principles of the Grandview District. These are on our stated meetings every time we get our group together to discuss the project. So just a little background, recall Hennepin County got regional solicitation funding for the Vernon Avenue Bridge replacement. In 2022, we submitted an application for regional funding, and we got money for the Divergent Diamond Interchange at the end of 22. So since then, we've been looking at a conceptual review, a screening analysis, and decided to combine the projects into one project. The results of that analysis had two items come to the top of the list for options. We have to vet all the options. So it's the DDI, the original application, but now in addition is a tight diamond interchange. So both those, and I'll show some graphics here to explain the differences in the interchanges. They both meet project goals, and either option would be in an improvement, and we have funding that we've received that we need to have a project. The tight diamond is slightly better from a traffic operations. It's better understood from the traveling public, both vehicles and pedestrian traffic. It's slightly more flexible to adjust for future traffic changes. It's more expensive, that's why we're here tonight, and it's more supported by MnDOT and Hennepin County. We've been having some very difficult conversations with many groups at MnDOT and traffic groups at both Hennepin County and MnDOT to get support for the DDI. We're not going there after months and months. We can't wait any longer. So I think the TDI, the tight diamond, is better in this context. And a reminder, we intend to build the full project in 2025 combined with the county and city. So what are we talking about? This was the original application when we combined it with the Vernon Avenue Bridge project. So the Vernon Avenue Bridge is this over the railroad tracks. That didn't change at all. This was merging the two projects with our application with Hennepin County for a DDI. So recall, if you're driving eastbound, you're going to flip over to the other side of the bridge. Then you have an opportunity to take a free left turn onto the ramp going northbound 100. The benefit of this is we could reuse the existing bridge. We found out in the structural analysis we need a 0.9 rating. We're at 0.89. So in order to use the existing bridge, we had to put $2 million into that existing bridge to make this happen. So this would be that option, but we're recommending this one. So a tight diamond, everything on the Hennepin County project stays the same. We put in a new, wider bridge that operates like your typical interchange. It has signals on both sides. The ramp actually is moved to the west over here, a little bit more space. You have dual lefts to get onto the thing. It's more understood by the traveling public because it really is a standard intersection like you'd see up at Excelsior Boulevard and 100.
Well, I was just going to ask you if that was. It looks a little bit like Excelsior Boulevard.
Yes, real similar to that. It has big, wide pedestrian facilities on each side. Again, the traveling public just knows how to use it better than the DDI. It actually opens up a little bit more space. I put a box there for what we've been talking about already this evening. It's fire station number 3. So our discussions with MnDOT is we want to do this, but we want to get some promises that that property could be used only for a public fire station by the city of Edina, and we're waiting for a response on that. So this is kind of the general layout that's going in front of the layout review committee at MnDOT so we can keep moving forward. As I mentioned, it's the cost that's basically the difference in these two projects. So the first column is our original application. 4.2 million is what we received for federal grant funding. We'd have $1 million municipal state aid city match, 5.2 million. When we did the structural analysis for the DDI, we found that we need to strengthen and modify that bridge for an additional $2 million. If we take the next step and do the tight diamond interchange, which is recommended in this context, the new wider bridge, it'd be an 5.3 additional. So it'd be 7.2 versus 10.5. We're recommending that we follow through with our capital investment request. I'll continue to look for grants with the infrastructure bill or the Inflation Reduction Act and see if we can find some more funding. I'll keep talking to our partners. But again, I think it's more appropriate. It's just a better option for this context, this setting, and for this facility. They both could work, but we just couldn't get all the parties to agree that it was a good option. So we'd recommend council approve that 2024 capital funding request tonight.
Member Jackson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we do the tight diamond interchange, is it more likely that MnDOT will support us at the Capitol as well if they have to give recommendations on bonding projects?
We would hope so. They
Okay.
support this layout more than the other one, so we would look to their support also during that process.
Okay, thank you.
With regard to either of those, the tight diamond, let's just talk about the tight diamond and the fire station location. I take it that requires a movement of those historic buildings.
May or may not. So we've measured the space within the box. I've talked to Chief Slama. It could meet the minimums for a fire station. So those buildings could be moved, could not be moved, depending on the footprint of a new fire station.
All right, thank you for that. Member Agnew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when I'm looking at this, and even when I think about the other example that you were referencing, like, is this kind of a replica of that? It doesn't quite invite the pedestrian experience. And even seeing this now, it feels, it's 8 lanes of road, like almost like highway, right? It's not 25 miles an hour necessarily. And so how can we really push the pedestrian experience in this? And does that matter between the two options that we're looking at? Like, is there an impact to the pedestrian experience?
Both Hennepin County pedestrian and bike staff and MnDOT pedestrian and bike staff think this is a better option for the DDI, because you're not crossing into the middle of the interchange, crossing uncontrolled movements within the interchange. You have everything as a protected movement from a bike and ped standpoint on those outside facilities. We're doing wide 8 to 10 foot sidewalks on each side, and all the crossings are controlled versus the DDI has 2 movements that are uncontrolled, and they're not comfortable saying that's a good facility.
Okay, and I think even now, just bringing up this picture again, the number of... Yeah, that does look like a maze to try and cross that. But even just thinking, right, when you look at this, it's pretty tight because it's 4 lanes in this option, and then we go to 8 lanes, which just feels a lot more of a car-centric rather than a pedestrian-centric. And so I think a lot of it will come to light in the, and I don't know what role we play in any of this at this point, but in some of those final drafts of what that pedestrian experience looks like. But I would want some type of separation, and I would really want to focus on the pedestrian so that it doesn't just feel like you're on a sidewalk with a ton of cars passing by 4 inches below. So I guess now that you explained to me the differences, maybe not as pertinent to the decision that you have in front of us tonight, but just want to reiterate that, like, my gut to this doesn't scream pedestrian friendly, so let's work to make sure that it is.
Yeah, there's options for some kind of, if you do the DDI down the center, you have 3-foot high concrete barriers. So that could be an option on the adjacent here to the traffic and the sidewalk. So we'll look at that when we get into design of the structure.
I can offer up that from being on the tab, I see that MnDOT has a real commitment to non-motorized movements, safe non-motorized movements. So this is probably something that we could work on.
Yep.
Can you move south here at all in this?
No, no, not on
Would
this
this,
side.
would that road still be there that curls around and comes back over to Arcadia or just south of
Nope.
Hilltop?
We would remove all the redundant ramps on the east side. So you'd come up with a big wall that is adjacent to the development project at the old Perkins, and you just go straight up, and all movements would go up. You either take a left or a right on 50th Street, and then you'd use the surrounding networks of roads to get throughout the district.
I hate to add this into the mix, but to the point Member Agnew's making, it seems like it would be really a special sort of circumstance, and we've seen this in some of our old drawings, where you've got a pedestrian, you've got a trail basically over the top of Highway 100 dedicated solely to bike and ped movements. And if that road is coming out that curls into Arcadia, why couldn't you theoretically go across from the fire station site, from the campus of this campus, this city government campus, with a bike ped pathway that's just solely dedicated to getting people between East and West Edina?
It's in the works. I shared that with the residents. It's part of our future outlooking plans. We're just looking for funding and opportunities. We already look at this little ramp here, whether that's needed or not, and could this bridge land where that ramp is just north of the 5100 Eden project to connect close to the ped bridge we're putting to get all the way over to Jerry's ramp. So that is still in the grand plan, the idea of doing a separate bike ped bridge over 100 that goes right to the front door of City Hall. So this opens up that opportunity. If we do design a fire station, how do we integrate something amongst that structure?
Okay. Member Urser.
If you go back to the other plan, this scares me. I am very happy that MnDOT is encouraging the other version, even though we are talking about a very wide span, but I'm comfortable. Now, if you could go to the, I'm comfortable with this at this point.
Okay. I think at some point in time it would be good to have a conversation amongst council and other people in the community about those historic buildings too. I feel like they deserve better than to be sitting there and no one goes to see them, no one uses them, no one looks at them. They deserve a better site for being enjoyed by our residents. That's my personal thought.
In fact, Your Honor, I think one of the things we're looking at for later this fall is application for legacy funding to do something with those buildings, whether it's improve them on site or whether it's to move them somewhere, but they're a really strong candidate for that program and its money.
Yep, yeah, good thought. It seems to me like there's several potential sites: Wooddale Park, by the Mill Pond, Arneson Acres. I mean, there's probably others.
I believe the Cahill School should go to the Cahill District. It would gain more historic.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where is that?
Just need a motion.
So we got a motion. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-39? Wait a minute. No, that's not right. Motion to approve the submission of the Trunk Highway 100 at Vernon Avenue 50th Street interchange improvements to the state legislature's 2024 capital funding request process.
So moved.
Member Risser moves, Member Jackson seconds. The motion is stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. One other thing for Director Milner on 6R. We accepted a petition for equitable assessment for the Morningside residents, and then you gave us a presentation in the at the beginning of the meeting. When is that coming back to us?
I was looking tonight. I was expecting if council wanted any further review, they would have directed me after that presentation here
So it
tonight.
doesn't require any action on our part, it was just,
No, if you didn't
Okay.
direct us to look at amending or adjusting those assessments, I took it that you accepted my recommendation not to look at those assessments because
it
of the
strikes me that the residents over there, because they filed a petition and came here to testify, and then you made that presentation, they'd expect us to engage in some form of affirmation or action of some type.
Well, I'm going to reach out to them and tell them that I presented and there was no further work to be stated.
But we don't need another action from council just to affirm the application of current policy. That's what we're suggesting.
Have we done the preliminary assessment?
Yep, preliminary
Okay.
assessments were done in December.
All right. I
They're
thought we still
asking
had that to do.
amend them. I didn't hear any comments tonight to
I guess that's
change
why they
that.
would have been here. We did a proposed preliminary assessment, and then
Yeah, they were here in
they
December.
want us to reconsider it, basically.
Exactly.
Okay. Member Risser.
I was very confused by that process, and I thought when I read that item on the consent agenda, we were filing the petition and then staff would review it and it would come back to us. And I was under the impression that we had a chance to, because I really do think the residents made a strong case. So I, just want to get that out there.
Well, why don't we put that on the agenda for discussion for the next meeting?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. I think we're all thinking the same way on that one. Let's have one more conversation about it. We're on to manager comments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just two comments about your future schedule. One, after tonight, your next city council meeting is July 18th, so we have that summer break. And the next HRA meeting is July 13th, Thursday the 13th. And that's all I've got for you.
Okay. Member Agnew, anything you want to share with us?
No, nothing tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Member Pierce?
Nothing from me tonight.
Okay. Member Jackson? You got a little list, I'm sure.
I do. Thank you.
You're out and about.
Yeah, so,
all kinds of things.
and we ran into you on Saturday night at Centennial Lakes. The liquor stores had a wine tasting event. It was a blast. It was a perfect location for it and a lovely night. Got to taste a lot of wine, and it was just really smoothly organized. So kudos to our liquor store staff. And then yesterday at Juneteenth, I want to thank MJ Lehman and Heidi Lee. They were running around keeping everything go smoothly. A couple of the vendors ran out of food that was so popular. It was a great event. I love the fact that you walked in and there's the Garden Council giving out herbs for people to grow in their gardens, and just the whole sense of the entire community embracing this event. It was a lovely, lovely time, and I had a blast. I just want to say something. We got a communication from the Human Rights Commission, and it made me think about First Amendment things, and it kind of goes then to the manager's response to community comments, that the response to speech we don't like is more speech. It's not to limit speech. And so I think when we hear things we don't like, it's very difficult. I know the school board limits when there's personal comments made. I'm not really comfortable with that because I'm a strong defender of the First Amendment. So I don't really want to take action to limit people's ability to speak. But the response to negative speech is more positive speech. And I want to say that our financial team, our independent financial advisor, said that we got a really good bond rating in part because we have a sophisticated and knowledgeable management team and an award-winning city manager. And you look at the team that came forward, and I think about Heidi's report and how that really comes from the top in the management. And I just want to say I really appreciate the work that Scott Neal does, and I think that I appreciate a lot of the things that are happening in this community. And so there's some positive speech to counter the negative speech that's out there.
Thank you. Member Risser.
I got to spend time this morning at the Metropolitan Airports Commission building, and I got to see Mary Brindle, and it was her last meeting, and so I am taking over that role. But I thought it would be really nice if she could come and speak at our next meeting and give a little recap of things, and also we could thank her for all of the work that she has done. So.
She's a consummate volunteer. This morning she got all types of accolades at Rotary because she's everywhere doing everything. So it's a great idea, Member Risser. Thanks for that. The wine tasting was actually the 75th anniversary celebration for the liquor store operation. So that was significant, I think, to realize that we've had municipal liquor for 75 years in Edina, maybe 1948 or so, I think. And bought out a private operator and started down at 50th and France, and now 3 stores. And sounds like from our financial report, still doing about $1 million net, or slightly under $1 million net, with ever more competition around. And then the Juneteenth event, thanks for recognizing MJ too. I saw MJ last night. I stayed till the end. There was a wonderful musical trio played at the amphitheater, and everybody was having a terrific time, and it just kind of kept filling in with people and had all kinds of great conversations. So congratulations to everybody who had a role in putting on Juneteenth, and it's going to get better and better, I think, as an event. Really.
Member Pierce was very good. I really enjoyed listening to him at Juneteenth.
I didn't sing or anything.
Yeah, we know you can.
Thank you, members.
And then back to that funeral service at the mosque in Bloomington yesterday, those 2 young women that went to Edina High School that Andy Brown mentioned when he called in. Really, to see the leadership in Edina from the school district standpoint, Erica Ellenberg as chair of the board, and Stacy Stanley, our superintendent, and our principal, and his wife, counselors, 2 or 3 counselors. It was impressive to see how supportive our school district was of these families that had been so tragically injured, and the grief that they were suffering, and to be part of it on behalf of the city, and Member Risser there as well. I think that was important, and I realized how important it was to the community that we were there and showed a community sort of presence. So our hearts go out to those folks that suffered this terrible, terrible, tragic loss. And that's it for me. I wanted to make sure that we.
And I think we all join you very strongly in that. It's just awful and somber, and I feel so sorry for those families.
Thank you for that. All right. Anything further? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We had a motion by Member Jackson, a second by Member Agnew to adjourn the meeting of the City Council. We are still in June 20th, 2023. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adjournment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. We stand adjourned.